I mean, that's not to let you guys into my life too much, but yeah, no, why the fuck would I take one of the most fun things in my life and make it into something that other people have to watch? Fuck that shit. Having to add business to, like, adult encounters would be upsetting. Yeah, we have to sign a contract before we can fuck. What? Anyways, let's play some Dwarf Fortress. Year 329. You are sort of protected during the pandemic if you need to skip some payments. To give you an idea, when the pandemic started here, 4 people on my floor in this building got evicted for not being able to pay rent before the protections came in. So the pandemic happened, lockdown happened. People went about 3 months without work before they figured out how to fix that problem. They gave rent subsidies to landlords, started like paying people who couldn't work and helping people. It took them 3 months. In that 3 months, 4 people in my building got evicted. And these are owners, not people who are renting. These were owners who had their house taken by the bank. Like literally foreclosed on. You are getting booted out of this house, right? So just because it's a wealthy country doesn't mean the people are wealthy, and it doesn't mean that the people are getting treated better than you are in any other country. In fact, I could see an argument to be made where countries where things are theoretically worse, you can get away with more in some instances. It's more of your emotional outlet. As somebody who used to play musical instruments, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. All right, so in the fortress currently, we are in the middle of a. I'm just gonna check. Yeah, we have the relaxation zones on, so it's just gonna be another day of hoping that we make more babies. We did get one yesterday who was Banana the second, but we have Banana, Jimmy Tibby, Axon, Nanochip, Zindros, Vinsati, Max, Lump, Do It, Laggy, Alien Slayer, Animal, Defcom, Blue Water, Knowles, Seeker, Tiny Goliath, Ghost, Corvius Suede, Massive, Diamond Destruct, Arch, Vimamel, Quevenair, Jack Nurick, Whitcode, Pilot, and LaFonda. Dwarf count is lower than it's ever been. We're at 24 dwarves in the fort, so we need babies real bad. We are basically just locking the dwarves in the tavern until they have kids. So that's the current situation. You know, it's just to give you an idea on the split that you get in this kind of area where I live. Is I have like those people who got evicted that I told you about, right? Or it was one eviction and three foreclosures, um, in this building, right? I have a neighbor who lives on the other side of the building. Okay, his parents are from Hong Kong, and he gets $100,000 a year to live here. The reason he gets to be unemployed and live here. The reason he's unemployed and gets $100,000 to live here, and I only know this because I've spoken with him a couple of times while he smokes a cigarette and I have my weed outside in the summer when it's too hot to do that inside. The only reason he's doing that is because his parents need to have a resident in Canada so that they can legally run their business through Canada. So he was born and raised in Hong Kong. His parents have never lived in Canada, but they run their business through Canada. So he gets paid $100,000 to sit in that apartment and hang out. He just raises exotic plants. That's the difference between people that you have living in this building that I live in. Yeah, can I have that job? I'll live in any country you want. So you like it's a weird fucking world that we live in right now. Like quite literally, it is a weird fucking world that we live in right now. Are empty? I want to say it's about 10% of the units in this apartment building are empty right now, and not for rent. They're just empty. So 10% of my building. Lumpy, you're oblivious to reality, by the way. You know, it seems kind of nice right now. It is oblivious to reality? Yeah, it's a reality I want. Like I said, it's a reality I want to live in. I just need to date a girl with rich Chinese parents. That's what I actually need to do, and then my future will be actually legitimately possible. No, I don't want to deal with Chinese parents. Fuck that shit. Time's up to be oblivious to reality. That sounds great. Is reality like a radio dial? Just set it to oblivious and you're good to go. You know, it's funny that you say static, but my radio tuner has a very, very fancy feature from 1976, which is auto mute. So when you hit static, it automatically mutes the radio. It detects static and null signals and mutes the audio. So I just hear silence when I'm scrolling through radio stations. Silence, 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 music. Silence, 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 music. Silence, 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 music. Which I think is kind of funny. Yep. Yeah, I know what you mean, Stone. They have that problem here. Yeah, it's a very fancy radio that I bought off of a guy on Craigslist for 40 bucks. Very, very, very fancy radio. If I bought it new in 1976, it would have cost about $500 Canadian. It's a Luxman brand. And I could give you the number, but I don't have the number memorized. So, or the model parts number. Just saving something. I'm trying to figure something out right now. Twitch, please work. Something's not working. Inflation adjusted to $2,500. About that, yeah. Craigslist can be a gold mine if you know where to look. If you know where to look, but that's pretty specific. All right. Kind of just checking stuff in the background here because something's broken. Okay, I think I got it fixed. Kind of want to be a junk man? Now, when you say junk man, do you mean somebody who takes garbage away and drives a garbage truck? Because that's a union job here. That's actually a pretty good job if you can get it. Being a someone who carries away trash, that's actually a pretty good gig if you can get it here. It's also an important job and a thankless job. trying to remember what TV show it was. There was a kids show that I watched. I want to say it was one of the shows that I didn't like all that much when I was younger, but it was a part where like the kids had to go, or it was like, go see your parents' job day, and one of the dads is a garbage man, and he's like, you should be honored and amazed to have met a real life garbage man. And they're like, that's not something we're excited for. Oh no, don't do that. Spelling that on your t-shirt equals messy t-shirt. That's the worst, when you finish eating a really tasty meal and then you look down and realize it's all the way down your front. You're like, ah, fuck. I've degraded to the age of 12. 2 more like. So yeah, I really want the dwarves to have a couple more babies so that I can get back to working on my mega projects. Oh, no, absolutely. Being a garbage man's, like, legit good job. It's gross, it's smelly, but it's a legit good job. It's sort of like working in bathroom plumbing. Nobody wants to fucking do it, but you get paid all right. Get paid pretty fucking well, actually. You've only eaten 50% of the tasty meal because the rest is on your shirt. I don't believe I've ever had 50%, but definitely, like, a bite. You know? The city becomes a dumpster fire? This is true, yeah, absolutely. If garbage men don't do their job, then the city becomes a literal fucking dumpster fire. You want to fight, which is a problem. You want to think abstractly. And then go think abstractly, dwarf. Ghost wants to practice some martial art. Ghost is now the captain of the bear fighters. Might need to get them training in a minute. Good luck on the investments, chat. But yeah, I don't know. Many interesting conversations already today, and the stream's only just starting. Which means, where will we end up by the end of it? Nobody knows. The caravan from Amon Abo has arrived. Humans, here to trade. Trade with us and give us their wares, which means another caravan's going to arrive in a minute, hopefully. Hopefully. Oh, also, by the way, I finally heard back from the developer of King Under the Mountain. And we're going to set something up for December. Because he's got to focus on releasing a video game by the end of this month. So that's kind of cool. On a ridiculous conversation where people look down to others not wanting to do their jobs some days. And some days pay dollars? Dollars? Wait, what? What do you mean? Are you saying that people not wanting to do their jobs because they're not getting paid enough? That kind of thing? Well, I mean, I was talking with... Pay between $500 and $1,000. Like, I guess I don't have enough information to fully understand the breadth of said conversation. Oh, looking down on well-paying jobs? And that makes no logical sense. Why? Because a job is gross or something? I was talking with my dad, who works in an injection mold making factory. And I had this interesting conversation with him because he was talking about how his bosses are having trouble hiring young people and keeping them around. And he says that to him, it's baffling because the job that my dad works for has a good benefits package, fair work, legitimate hours, and in general is considered to be a pretty good place to work. I looked up how much they pay hourly. Their starting wage is about $2 an hour less than Amazon, and it gets really, really hot in there during the day. Also, I worked there for one summer. I wasn't allowed to talk to my coworkers because that was a distraction that would slow me down. And it was not a pleasant work environment in the slightest, unless you were the manager's son who, got away with murder. Um, and their idea of how to get kids to come and work is make sure that they hate working everywhere else, and eventually, when they're desperate enough, they will come and work at the lower pay. So, like, my concept is like, well, if you want people to come and work for you, offer better pay, right? Offer better benefits, offer a better environment to work in, maybe actually fix your coffee maker, things like that. But according to my dad, his boss's logic is just wait until people are desperate enough, and then eventually you'll hire people. And they were talking, and my dad also talked about how his bosses go to these get-togethers once every couple of months with other local business owners who own successful companies and have owned successful companies their entire life, and talk to them about how they hire people. And I asked my dad a question which I think kind of baffled him, which was, all right, so you work for a place that has a habit of firing its long-term workers because they get paid too much and ask for too much, and then you get confused about why young people don't want to work there when it's a very controlling work environment and you don't pay them as well as the competition. Let me ask you something. What the fuck does your bosses know about hiring people? They are the son of the last CEO. They are the sons of the last CEO. And talk to other CEOs who are in other family businesses. What the fuck do they have to, what the fuck do they know about hiring people? And he goes, my dad looks at me and he goes, what are you talking about? I'm like, when was the last time they had to go get a job? Because like when you look at cost benefit analysis of like what job is worth it to you, most people, at least in my experience, will accept worse pay for a better work environment. Like, humans are spelling weird words. Anyway, that's just something that I threw at my dad, and he looked at me like I was a crazy person. But I have this weird habit these days of like making my dad think way too hard, and he doesn't know how to handle it. Am I allowed to export anything? Can't export vests. All right, hold on. Which means half the stuff in here I'm not going to be able to sell. So I can't sell any of the vests that we're going to bring. Got it. I got to filter all of those out. And like my dad looked at me because like we were having like just an honest conversation about this, right? He's just like, so how much money would they have to pay you, me being me, to go work at that factory again, right? Which I worked at for one summer when I was 16. It was one of my first jobs. And I said $30 an hour. My dad looked at me and he blinked twice and he said, why? I'm like, you have to wear oak coveralls and a hard hat. You have to wear work boots. It's hot as fuck in the summer. Some of the jobs you get burns on your hands, and you're working around dangerous machinery. I would want $30 an hour. And he just looks at me and he goes, well, you know what my boss would say to that? And I said, what? And he says, you must come from a privileged and rich family wanting that kind of money. I'm like, no, I just simply know what my time is worth, and I know that I can go somewhere else and make that, or I can go somewhere else and make less and be significantly happier for the same amount of work. So it's almost like payment per hour isn't the only metric that they consider when looking for a job. Absolutely. Whereas apparently the people that hire at that business just want desperation. You know, they want to hire desperate people. Run a string of fishing boats crewed by slaves? Now that I cannot allege. I do not know. Like, to be clear, that job that I when I worked there wasn't the most unpleasant job ever. McDonald's paid worse and was less pleasant. The difference, and the reason I stayed at McDonald's for like 7.5 years and nowhere near close that at that other job, is it wasn't a billion degrees. I was allowed to talk to my coworkers, and genuinely workplace morale was all right for the most part because I could talk to my coworkers. Like, by all accounts, it was a worse place to work. The benefits were worse. The pay was worse. Like, everything was worse about that job, but I liked it more. Has led to this crisis? You think? Sharing of employment information has led to this crisis. Are any of you guys on the anti-work subreddit? Because the event of stealing water from the business. Hold on, let's see if I can find this viral post. Oh, fuck yeah. Although, here's the thing, Frog. The job that I got pretty quick after working there for about 6 months, I just got free food, so. Also, this is a thing. Yeah. Great minds, Frog. Great minds. Anyway, hold on. Let me just find this stealing water thread. It's an update thread. While my dwarves bring stuff to trade. Here, if you wanna, it's a bit of a read, but it's worth going through. You got lucky recently today with hopefully a new job with much better work environment? Hell yeah. Not 100% just hoping. Yeah, fucking here's hoping for you, dude. But, you know, I guess at the end of the day, it's like every single opportunity I've had in my life, I've sacrificed pay for better work environment. And I think I won. You get all that, you hate working in your current work environment, it's extremely unprofessional in all aspects. Yeah, that fucking sucks, dude. Yeah, I don't know. It's just... So it's a weird world that we live in right now. You know, it's kind of funny because, like, I want to say about a year ago, I was talking to my mom about pay, and my mom's pretty open about the fact that she thinks it's disturbing that young people want to talk about how much they make. She's like, because it's none of your business how much I make. I'm like, well, it kind of is, because knowing how much people make helps inform you of what career path you should go into. You loved your job at the zoo, but they wouldn't make us benefited employees or pay us better, so you left. And they seemed so shocked. What, that you left because they wouldn't give you benefits? That fucking blows, dude. I don't see a single vest in here. So a little tip actually about Dwarf. If you're trading and there is contraband while you're trading, it'll show up as purple. So I can actually just check something real quick. I can't export vests, so there must theoretically be no vests in here. I don't see any vests, so I suppose we're trading. But one of the reasons why I also think that my dad's company is having trouble hiring people is because, like, they work in disposable plastics. Like, what are we told repeatedly to not use right now? Disposable plastics. Why would anybody want to willingly go and work in a place that makes disposable plastics? Like, that doesn't make any logical sense. Who would want to work there? For a boss, son of old boss, who would call you privileged for wanting decent work. Yep. Or say that you must have come from a spoilt rich family for wanting decent pay. Especially like if they want you to stay there for your whole life, because that's how that company operates. They want you to get that job, stay in that assembly line job, and then slowly grow. So, I don't know. I don't know. Guys, go get the best job you can, yeah? And have good hobbies and don't turn those hobbies into jobs. Maybe turn some of them into jobs, but draw lines. Take care of yourself. I don't even know. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't even know what my stream is anymore. Like, I feel like... when I started, I had like this very raw identity of exactly what kind of stream I wanted to be. And especially over the past 2 years, and 3 years even, since I've been living alone and doing this, like, as like there's a lot of things I used to not talk about on stream when I still lived with my ex, because there was a lot of things that she was never comfortable with me talking about. So I just didn't talk about them. Things like, you know, me smoking weed. She didn't like me broadcasting that to the world, so I never spoke about it. Things like my political leaning and some opinions that we either didn't agree on or maybe caused tension. It's like I would just never talk about a lot of that shit because she was always sitting behind me. But now that I'm just streaming, I can just talk about whatever the fuck's on my brain, which I don't know is necessarily a good thing. I mean, your hobby can be your job, and that can be great, but make sure that you have other hobbies as well, right? Like, if you love music and you love records and you start a record store, that could be considered like that being your hobby. But make sure you also have another hobby, like hiking or something, you know? Like, have another one, right? Like, I stream, and I make my records part of my stream, but the records that I play on stream are not records I listen to, right? Like, I don't really take my... Sure, Frog. I don't take the soundtracks that I play on streams and just listen to them very often. I've got a completely different set of records that I just listen to on my own time, so it keeps it fresh. Like pubs or religious communities? I think smaller Twitch communities turn into that for sure. I don't know if I could say that about larger Twitch communities. Also, can we be a pub and not a religious community? I don't feel like becoming a cult. Thanks. Although, I mean, if you want to pretend that I'm a cult and patronize me as such, I'm okay with this. Because those cult leaders seem to make a lot of money. I'm saying, it just seems like a good business model to me. Captive audience, charge them a lot, and buy fancy car. If it works for Tom Cruise. Almost at 100k channel points. Hell yeah. Only one person can use that per day, so... Someone used it yesterday. Maybe you can too. Or smaller, like 99%. True, but that's not the vast majority of Twitch's user base. Vast majority of the streamer base, for sure. The majority of the viewer base is on the big streams. Church of the Skull. I mean, you have one in your head already, so keep it in your own mind, you know? Just remember, people in Europe used to drink skulls as medicine. Not drink out of skulls, pulverize and powder skulls and drink them to obtain their strength. Naturally. The science checks out, I assure you. Just saying, we gotta bring that back. I still do, but only for fun. No, naturally. All right. Let's give the dwarves a minute to put stuff away. Gotta love a good meal of bone, you know what I'm saying? Apparently I got 2 counts of disorderly conduct. I don't know who to give them to. Where do you get your skulls from? Now that's a question nobody should ask. Let's just say that. But just say that my brain isn't the only thing that shrunk with time. Man. Man. Anyway, if anybody's wondering what I'm talking about, Atlas Obscura is a very good website. Here you go. Enjoy it. Just put much of the spirit of wine. We'll cover it. Then digest half a year in horse dung. Yeah. The horse dung step is the best part. Ooh, I see a beer picture. That looks like the Iron Giant. Like legit looks like the Iron Giant. That dude right there? Looks like the Iron Giant. Good movie. Iron Giant. Especially with the horse dung craze. I've never seen Ready Player One. I read the part of the first book and then stopped halfway through. And then gave it back to the library. It feels like a 90s movie. There is one detail in Ready Player One that I really like, which some people don't know, and then some people immediately hate when they do find out, which is that a large portion of the posters in the background of that movie are some of the original NFTs. That were NFTs that were licensed to be used in that movie. It's one of the few things I do like, just because it makes some people ridiculously mad, but it's also kind of awesome in a weird way. As somebody who doesn't particularly like NFTs, I think that it's weirdly awesome. Like, it fits. So, But then again, that entire movie is just like a licensing rights fucking nightmare. So, you know, make babies, dwarves, please. Please. That's all that I need. I need you to make babies so that we can go back to working on mega projects. Figured Wreck-It Ralph was the pinnacle. I mean, Ready Player 2 yet, but it's on your short list. Just know that the guy who writes those books owns a DeLorean. That's all that you really need to know. Retired Navy vet. He's also pretty cool. I met him at TwitchCon. He seems like a pretty cool dude. It's malt, yeast, and lemonade. Yeah, there you go. Naturally, CCX. Malt, yeast, and lemonade. No, absolutely. I mean, NFTs are important, interesting technology that currently nobody has any practical use for. Eventually, we'll figure out practical uses, and they'll become useful eventually. But right now, they're just kind of. I don't want to say a get rich quick scam because they're not quite that. They're a weird investment for the brave currently. I'm brave, but I'm not that brave. Although I did think about minting an NFT for a minute there. I did like legit like look at it and consider it. Because I wanted to make an NFT that came with a t-shirt. For stream stuff. That just had like a QR code on it that said I bought an NFT and all I got was a stupid t-shirt. NFT the Ducks? I don't own the Ducks though. Well, I mean I do own the Ducks, but I don't own the intellectual rights to the Ducks. But no, I legit thought about making a t-shirt that said I bought an NFT and all I got was a stupid t-shirt. And the NFT is just a picture of me holding the t-shirt. I like legit, like I did the math and figured out how much it would cost and thought about it for a good couple of days and decided to not do it. Lots of stuff you do not understand is money laundering. I mean, if you're gonna launder money, do it fucking right. Start a laundromat, because at the very least, like, somebody's gonna get their laundry done. Or an arcade. Like, because then at the very least, like, someone's gonna get their laundry done, and someone is gonna get to play video games, and you're kind of benefiting society a little bit with your money laundering. Whereas NFTs are just costing electricity. But no, I mean, many people have gotten really, really rich. That t-shirt would work for any NFT. I mean... Like, if you're gonna launder money, non-fuckable token is not what it stands for. Non-fungible token is what it stands for. Non-fuckable token is a quote from one of the founders of one of the biggest NFT marketplaces. He's like, it's a non-fuckable token. You should buy a non-fuckable token. Not fucking there is also a good one. Playing Twin Tiger while watching stuff wash and dry. The first apartment that I had to use a laundromat, maybe, because it did have in building washing and drying, but I didn't like using it because the dryers sucked. You had to run them twice, and because they cost quarters, it was expensive. So I instead just went to the laundromat because it was cheaper, and you could get a membership, which had like a little card system where you just slide a card through the slot, and it was about 18 cents to wash to wash, and then another 18 cents to dry. So I would do that with and I heard they had their card system and everything. And they had the top-down airplane game that I think Konami made. Why am I blank on the name of it? I want to just say it's 1942. That might actually just be the name of it. Is it 1942? It's one where you had like the little World War II fighter jet. It wasn't River Raid. I think it was 1942. I'm pretty sure it was 1942. Anyway, it's just the one with the little airplane. It's just a little shmup. And I used to just sit there and play that while fucking waiting for my laundry to be done. Hold on, let me double check it was 1942 because it might have also been 1943. Yes, it was 1942. Arcade cap. I'm terrible at it, but they got a couple extra quarters out of me, which is funny because I ended up, I guess, spending more on that arcade game, and I saw that on the arcade game, and or I would spend more money on the arcade game and laundry than I would have if I just did the laundry in my building, but I don't know. I got entertainment out of it, so win-win. It only has value because people believe it has value, just like any other form of currency or valuable item. Gold only has value because we believe it has value. Money only has value because we believe it has value. Like quite literally everything only has value because we believe it has value. No, so here's the thing. You can copy the JPEG that the NFT is connected to, but you can't copy the code that goes with it that it's tied to. The block, so yes, you could screenshot a copy of the art and keep it for yourself, but that is not copying it because the original still exists. It's just like this tape, right? This is a tape. This is the original of this tape. I could take this tape and make a copy of it and give it to a friend. I might do that actually, because I have a cassette deck that can record and copy. And I have a friend who also has a tape deck who has some blanks who kind of wants this one. So I might actually do that. But it's not the original. It's the exact same with those JPEGs that you see for NFTs. I'm not an NFT enthusiast. I do not think that shit's particularly helpful in its current form. In fact, I would say I dislike it in its current form. But what I will say is I get it. It is, like I said, in their current form, they are contrived. But the technology is fascinating. And, you know, we, as a people, have invented many things that are contrived and make no sense at the time. And then you read about it and you're like, this is fucking fascinating. Genuinely fucking fascinating. Currently, we're still fucking around with and learning about the technology, which means it's still new. And it'll take time, but it'll get there. And when it gets there, it'll actually suddenly have a use. We're just not there yet. Blockchain tech is useful for many things, just NFTs is what you don't get. I think what you don't get is the current iteration. Someone told you that blockchain is UFO tech. Get out of conspiracy theories, you fuck. Is what I would tell them. But as somebody who loves conspiracy theories, I mean, by that logic, all of our technology is alien because obviously America just has UFOs that is in Area 51 that they've been studying for years. So, you know, because we're getting all of our technology and all of this technological boom has come from alien technology that crash landed and the Americans have been studying for years. All that really does is it's not a good conspiracy theory. You want to know why? It just insults our intelligence. It's like we are too stupid to come up with this shit ourselves. There's some very fucking smart people out there that are definitely coming up with this shit. Stop insulting our species, you fucks. That's what I have to say to people who say that blockchain is UFO tech. Also, I do too, which is why I also accept tips in crypto. That being said, it's probably too expensive with the transfer fees. Could it be proof? Is the name of a book? Could it be proof of what? What code got depressed recently? After frustrated due to lack of abstract thinking, being unable to pray. So go pray and go think. that proponents say it does. I'd be curious about an example. But like, again, I feel similarly about blockchain and cryptocurrency as I do about NFTs. I think it's genuinely fascinating technology that is interesting enough to pay attention to, but in its current format needs improvements and iteration. And it's getting that, you know? It is getting that. Which is what matters, in my opinion. Imagine a multinational team of scientists that worked on this rather than Alien Mojo. I mean, I love Alien Mojo because it's outrageous and hilarious, Digital Dan. But yeah, people do take that stuff too far. Although that being said, there's aliens out there. We just haven't found them yet. Or they haven't found us yet, whichever direction you prefer. Thought I made you into one of those already. Go read some books. What, on cryptocurrency? Frog? Because no, you haven't. I turned $5 into 330 on a fucking meme coin recently. You haven't missed the bus. Bus is still there. Just get on. Something like when it comes to cryptocurrency, and the hilarious thing that I always tell people is get on it, because if you don't, you'll be sad if you don't. Yes, it has its problems. But of all of the damaging things that we do in a day, it may or may not have been sheep. Out of all of the damaging things that we do to the world every day, buying some cryptocurrency and helping yourself is intelligent. You were buying Bitcoin at 300? I bought Bitcoin at 1,200, but my ex at the time wouldn't let me spend very much, so I didn't get very much. But it came out to about $2,000, which is now mostly in Ethereum. I speak in Canadian dollars, so I would say 82K. The question is, do you still have it, Digital Dan? That's the important question. I mean, good for you, if that's the case. Fucking good for you. Although I would probably sell a large portion of that and buy a house. But, you know, you do you. Constantly liquidating? Well, what was I doing in 2015? I was working night shifts in fast food and streaming. 2014, I was homeless. 2012, I was working night shift and streaming. The problem with buying crypto is buying crypto didn't become an easy thing to do in Canada for a really long time. Well, of course it's impossible. Nobody has that kind of money to buy it. Well, that's not true. Finding somebody with that kind of money to buy it is hard. Bitcoin will either be worth, like $2 million a coin in a couple of years or zero in a couple of years, and there's no in between. But, yes, everything is a bubble, including our atmosphere, and even that will eventually pop. So make the most of it while you can. Because they know what's what. Digital Dan. You're just stating facts that I as far as I'm concerned, are publicly known. So I don't see the point. But Or at least should be publicly known, but aren't. Funness when caught in the... Exasperated when caught in the rain, and funness talking with a friend. Allegedly, Frog. Anyway, with all this crypto talk, if anybody wants to send me crypto in the format of a tip, I do accept tips in cryptocurrency. And also, if you're using the web browser Brave, I also accept tips in the format of basic attention token through Brave. Streamers got to make money. I mean, some of the most valuable NFTs in the world right now we're giving away for free. Your mind recoils. Yeah, no, it kind of does. I can't comprehend that amount of money. Mineral remedies. That's a new one. Is this... Hold on. Does this mean that this dwarf is pondering crystals? Healing crystals? One other thing that I think is worth mentioning, Digital Dan, is I have a friend who's a Twitch employee now, who I've had stakes with a couple of times at TwitchCons, and a dude who I've known for a long time, right? In 2012, he was buying pizza from Domino's while going to university for computer science. He was buying pizza from Domino's 3 times a week for 12 Bitcoin a pizza. He's still a millionaire now. 12 Bitcoin a pizza 3 times a week while going through university. So, you know, like, you know, we've done a lot of talking about people that, you know, made a bunch of money and people that have gotten rich on NFTs and all those kinds of things in the chat. We're talking about, like, the usability of all this stuff. I just want to talk about somebody who spent a lot of dumb money on a lot of dumb shit for a second. Because that. That. You were using Bitcoin for Silk Road? The MMO? Or are you talking about something else? Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, because like there's two. I'm aware of 2 Silk Roads. There's the scary dark side of the internet part, and then there's the MMO. It's like, what? I mean, see, I live in Canada, so the drugs that I need are legal. I used to just, you know, go into a back alley. StarCraft meme isn't a meme. I mean, it can be made into a meme, but it wasn't originally a meme. It's like the first time, I think 2017, the big crypto boom. I was watching a streamer who realized when he saw that Bitcoin was worth so much that he'd been tipped 10 Bitcoin at one point in like 2012 or something, and like then spent the rest of the stream trying to find it, which is funny. Did streamer find the Bitcoin? Yes, streamer did find the Bitcoin. Oh, I mean, to be clear, this streamer's name is Giant Waffle and is massive streamer, so he's doing just fine, regardless of if he found said Bitcoin. But yes, he did. He didn't end up finding it because it was in a physical wallet, or not a physical wallet, but on a local wallet on an old computer that he didn't use anymore. He also has a auto tuner, which I really, 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 really want. I mean, as a skeleton, I can confirm many people have skeletons. I haven't watched Giant Waffle in a very long time. Because everything is forever now? Not everything. Not your life. I feel like if you did global wipes of the internet, there would be absolute calamities. There's parts of the internet being forever that I like and parts that I don't like. The fact that I can go look up a random article that I read in 2012 and it's still there is great. The fact that shit that dumb children are posting on TikTok is going to be there for a very long time is maybe not so great. Also, autumn has come, which means traders are going to show up and we're going to have to leave the tavern for a bit. What is there to explain? The game's very simple. Pro at RimWorld? That's cute. RimWorld is easy game. Very, very, very easy game. Also, game that is intentionally asinine to the player. So, Dwarf Fortress is it's a world simulation. It's not like RimWorld. So, attributing the two, it's like saying I'm really good at a tower defense game, which is basically what RimWorld is. But if you want to get into Dwarf Fort, read this and play game. Everybody's super bad at CDDA except for that one guy who's really, really good at CDDA. I mean, I don't like CDDA, so not really relevant to me. And ironically, that one guy who's really good at CDDA doesn't play Dwarf Fortress because he's really bad at Dwarf Fortress. You know, a little bit of everything. Why are you moving so slowly? Is my frame rate bad? Nope, it's not my frames. You're really slow. RimWorld is a base building tower defense game with light mood management and some light storytelling, which is fine. So, RimWorld is fine. Weird. CDDA? I never said CDBA. I never said that. What? Yeah, slow-moving tribute humans. They must have something heavy again. Like from a subway steak sub type deal, or like. That sounds nice. Having comfort food for the first time in a long time is good. Oh no, maybe they brought another lead cage. Stone, you never know. Might not be so bad. But yes, the council is indeed slow. Not as slow as this guy though. I swear the game is not paused and it's not running slow. He's just moving really slowly. I don't think a yak can carry a 3-page tribute though. But yeah, in regards to getting into Dwarf Fortress, the best way to get into Dwarf Fortress is to just start playing Dwarf Fortress. This fort is a weird example of Dwarf Fortress because I'm trying to beat a world record. I mean, it's free, so just start playing it whenever you have time. My biggest piece of advice for Dwarf Fortress is everybody will tell you to download the Lazy Noob Pack and go that route. The best way to learn Dwarf Fortress is, sure, eventually, yeah, download the Lazy Noob Pack if you decide you want those assists, but it adds so much possible instability to the game that you're just better off just downloading the game. Maybe watching Krug Smash's tutorial on how to set up the resolution and stuff, and then just play the damn game. When will I beat the record? In about 2 years, probably. Real lifetime. And you also need to remember that Dwarf Fortress isn't a game that makes fun for you. It's a game that you need to find your own fun. So play it very slowly. Treat it like you're playing D&D with your friends, or you're learning a very complicated board game. Dwarf Fortress is a game that you're going to fuck up on, and it's going to take you a while to learn it, because the game doesn't care. The Steam version will have like tutorials and shit built in that Tarn's been talking about. But Dwarf Fortress doesn't care, and it doesn't care that you exist and that you're a player. Dwarf Fortress, the world just goes on without you. It's a world simulation that you get to interact with briefly. And if you decide to pause the world generation and jump in and build a fortress, the game still treats itself as its own thing. Yes, we can scroll this time. With a 2-core PC, you can play Dwarf Fortress with an any core PC. Dwarf Fortress only uses 2 cores, so, well, technically 1 core, but you can play Dwarf Fortress on literally any computer you want. The thing is, Dwarf Fortress is a game that doesn't run great on any computer, but it'll run on almost any computer. Like, I know a guy who used to play pretty complex forts with a very low population cap and a very low invader cap because of a small PC. So if you have a small computer, just make sure that you set it up so that your population cap is appropriate for the computer that you're using. So like if you have a computer from over a decade ago, maybe cap your population at 100 dwarves instead of like 220, and cap your invaders at like 100 instead of 300. It's really just population. There is no end game in Dwarf Fortress. And like that's your first mistake, assuming there's an end game. There is no end game in Dwarf Fortress. You start with everything researched. There is no research. There's no tech tree. There's no limitations. It is a sandbox. End game in Dwarf Fortress is what you want it to be. Some people will tell you that end game is finding an adamantine spire and mining all the adamantines. And because like if a fortress dies in Dwarf Fortress, the world doesn't die. Like you can leave that fort. Like this is the world that this fortress is in, right? Now, when Dwarf Fortress makes you a world, it doesn't do what silly games like RimWorld do. It doesn't just generate you a world map with a bunch of icons on it. It generates you a world with history. So this world had a very short generation time for it, so it's very small and kind of simple. But a more complex world will have hundreds of years of pre-written history that you can go dig through and read. It'll have hundreds of years worth of characters, stories, factions, books, histories, writings, forms of poetry, songs, music, musical instruments, cultures, religions, guilds, mercenary bands, epic monsters, all that stuff. The game just generates all of that for you. And then you can interact with it in any way that you want. And the first fortress that you make, if you make a fortress, will exist there until either you decide to retire it or abandon it or just exit out and save and delete the save file. If you retire it, the fortress gets taken over by the AI and you can go start another fortress somewhere else and interact with your old fortress. Or you could go be an adventurer in adventure mode and walk around as a single character, sort of like CDDA, but completely different. And you could go attack your fortress or steal something and take it to another one of your fortresses, and then it will be there when you turn the fortress, when you reclaim that fortress. You could go take over a abandoned AI fort or an active AI fort and run that for a bit. You could just go exploring. You could just read Legends mode. It's not a game with an end game. There is no end game to Dwarf Fortress. There's no mid game. There's no early game. There's just Dwarf Fortress. You turn the game on and you start playing, and then you decide what you want to do. This fortress, I want to keep this fortress running and record it for 1,000 years. That's what I'm trying to do, which in real time is literally going to take me a very long time. I mean, technically, this fortress is hidden. Assuming you don't make a big enough splash in the world, they won't know that you're there. The goblins don't know that you're there unless you have a population of 80. And because I've kept my population below 50 the entire time in this fort, they don't even know that we're here. So they can't invade us unless I invade them. Can a single character do much? You could kill God as a single character, so yeah. So, you know, it's a weird game. It's also a very important and influential game, but it's also a game that I think people have over-inflated expectations of it. Like, it's a game with a lot of problems. There's God. Well, by God, I mean, like, the god of a faction. if that god is a living being in the world. Because gods can be living beings. Like, for example, a Hydra could be the primary god of a faction, and you could go kill that Hydra. A faction could worship the beast in the mountains, and you could go kill that. But there are angels, which are sort of like demons. You can also mod the game so that you have Super Mario World characters in there. And then you can have Goombas and Mushroom Kingdom people. And then if you want to get really crazy, you can also add in the Star Wars mod. So then you can have all of the Mushroom Kingdom stuff, plus the Dwarf Fortress stuff, plus a bunch of droids running around. And then if you want to get really crazy, you could throw the My Little Pony mod into there. So it's Star Wars, but it's My Little Pony, but it's Mushroom Kingdom, but it's Dwarf Fortress. Or you could just play Dwarf Fortress. A little bit less obnoxious. Although I do love the surface mushrooms in the Mario Kingdom mod. That part's kind of cool. It was already stated by Animal. I don't know. I don't think those mods are particularly interesting. But it's still the same game. They're fun for a bit, but they add some variety, but they don't really do it for me. God damn, this human's moving fucking slowly. Isn't there a few? I thought there was more than one Fallout mod. This is completely vanilla. I'm not using any plugins or attachments, so. I actively try and push people away from using Masterwork these days because using the Masterwork launcher makes the game ridiculously unstable if you're using the current versions of the game. And I've had a couple people complain to me about crashing issues with Masterwork. So I try not to promote Masterwork these days. It needs an update bad. Like, when I use the Mushroom Kingdom mod, I have to go back to the version that it was written for, generate the world in that version, and then transfer the world into the modern version. Hey, Zindros grew up and became a peasant. Which means I gotta give you jobs. Let's also give you cooking, because I don't actually have a cook right now. Well, I do, but not a official citizen cook. Yes, Kalias. I mean, it was halted before then, but it was halted before then because he was traveling. Meph is a busy person. How weak is Papos? Yours are very short, is somewhat narrow. It doesn't say anything about him being weak. So he's able-bodied, I suppose? But like an example... Well, actually, I don't see anybody dancing right now. Wait for somebody to dance and I can show you like an example of the weirdness that Dwarf Fortress generates. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Lake Bear? Mm-hmm. Watch it just be like a lead helm or something. Or like a lead cage with something in it. It's gotta be something made of lead. Like a lead crutch. There you go. God, that would be torture. It's like, you broke a leg. Here, have a lead crutch. Or a crutch made of gold. Also, I've just been informed that my teammate Kiri's voice is in Humankind now. Well, that's helping you. How about you? Go fucking study, you weirdo. Love how you're an adult yet you're still playing make-believe, refusing to believe that you were an adult 12-year-old. Dreams of mastering a skill impervious to the effects of stress and incredibly calm. Damn. It's a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. His trusting can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and makes a small mess with his own possessions. Tends to consider what others think of him and commonly winks as a form of greeting. Seems like a good dwarf. Go get some beer. Give him one last day of imagination. Yeah. He needs it. A childlike wonder. An excitement for the world. He's a dwarven man now. He's a big dwarven grown-up now. He's a big dwarf now. But yeah, when it comes to learning Dwarf Fortress, I guess like the best advice I can give to anybody who wants to get into this game is just start playing it and ask questions. It's not that bad of a game to learn. It's not difficult to learn. It's just obtuse. Once you get past that obtuseness, it's not impossible. Not even remotely impossible. How do you press the A key? With your pinky. Or your nose if you're skilled. Oh, well that explains it. Yeah, sometimes the game will try to crash, but trust me, it's just doing things in the background. Also, good win, Dragon Man. I'm assuming you got it. So, let's get out of here. You have it. Good stuff. By Jove, I think he's got it. Fast forward? No. No, the game runs as fast as the frame rate. So no, there is that's actually something I think that's going to catch a lot of RimWorld players off guard when the Steam version comes out, is that there's no speeds in the game. Not only that, but the game is just incapable of doing that, so if that's something that you want, you're looking at the wrong game. You can set the FPS limit, but most computers hit the FPS limit really quickly and start to slow down. So in the first, like, 5 minutes of a new fort, theoretically, yeah, you could crank up the frames. But, I mean, cat explosions are a myth. So, no, there's only one speed in the game. I guess cat explosion would be memes, so... That or you're saying that there's only two speeds. Normal and slow because you broke something. Now that's a question I don't actually know the answer to. Merchants have arrived in time to trade. As well as the outpost liaison, who I think arrived in a tree? No, he didn't. Okay. I misread that for a second. I mean, draining the oceans into hell only lags the game for a couple of minutes. And then it's fine. Slaughtering a bunch of cows. Food coma just means that you ate too much. That's all that means. Don't overeat and you won't go into food coma. An odd place for you to walk. Seems about right. Long time, Caldric. How's things? 37 months. Welcome back.
Hi, Blind.
Thank you very much for being the 5th resub of the day. What animal? I mean, you could do crypt calcium. That's fine. Back in the day, all we had was crypt calcium, and you know what? That's the way we liked it. Although back then it was called blinded calcium. That's without the pauses of looking at dwarves. Yep. Yep, blind eye calcium. This is true. Okay, there's a bunch of vests in there. Which I'm going to have to turn off. Oh, never mind. Rings are prohibited, so I can't export rings. Which means I could go into here. I could be like, ring! Don't trade those. Those are all earrings, but I'm still not going to trade them. Modern? What do you mean by modern? Okay, so I have a 5 gigahertz CPU core. This fortress is running at about 40 FPS pretty consistently. But that's partially due to the age of this fort. This fort's been here for a very long time. Otherwise, the frames would be better, be closer to 50. But with a max capacity, it really depends on your layout. Honestly, I can't tell you. I mean, with a brand new fort with nothing built, absolutely. With a full fort with 200 dwarves, I guarantee you you're not going to hit 200. Or 100, rather. Almost doubtful you're going to hit 100. In fact, you shouldn't set your frame rate to 100 because issues can happen. But realistically, no. Realistically, no. There's too much processing going on in the background. Nil Tongsdomat says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. We've updated your maps and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Like, just realize Dwarf Fortress will halt, shift, and try to crash regardless of your computer. But it won't crash, assuming you're not using any mods. Tiny Goliath, I look forward to meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. There's just a lot of things about Dwarf Fortress that I think people don't realize. And honestly, this is why I say just play it. Just play it. And the reason it runs slowly is because, like, there's 100 dwarves in this fort over here that isn't mine. The game's keeping track of what's going on over there. No, there's no memory leaks in DF. There's no exponential growth with the amount of processing power it uses. It's actually really consistent with the amount of processing power it uses. I have a 4.8 gigahertz CPU, and in total it's using very consistently 15 to 18% of my CPU. If it's like doing some weird processing, it sits at 18% and never goes higher than that. And it uses about 1,500 megabytes of RAM. Oh, it's very stable. Dwarf Fortress has bugs and issues which will slow the game down. But stability-wise, it is very stable. The memes will make you believe otherwise, but a lot of memes are born out of people modding the game to intentionally break it, old bugs that went viral on YouTube and then never got fixed. What are they doing? Old bugs that then went viral and never got properly fixed. And I'm really confused about what they're doing. They seem to be stuck in a loop. Something weird going on. Old bugs that got fixed a long time ago and ceased being problems after a couple of weeks. Like cat explosions, like that was a bug that got fixed ages ago. Cats dying in taverns is a bug that got fixed ages ago. Babies mounting their mothers and riding them until their brains fall out is also a problem that got fixed ages ago. The main bottleneck for Dwarf Fortress is individual core clock speed. Is the main bottleneck for Dwarf Fort. If you can have a faster core clock, then you can run your game better. The vast majority of people who make memes about Dwarf Fortress also don't play Dwarf Fortress. Which is one of the biggest issues with the Dwarf Fort. Oh, I see the problem. I'm a dumb. I didn't turn off the restrictions. I thought I did, but I didn't. I didn't turn off the restrictions so that the dwarves could actually do their job. So instead, they just went and sat there and then started canceling jobs because they're like, we can't get to what we're trying to get to. Fixed it. So, a lot of people who make memes out of DF don't play the game. Or maybe played the game a very long time ago. Like, yeah, the game was very unstable and crashed a lot in 2012. So if you haven't played the game since 2012 and you're talking about the game running poorly, fuck off. Also, there's a lot of people who got really, really attached to worlds that they generated in older versions of the game. And so they keep moving their old save files to newer versions of the game, which leads to instability after a while. And then there's also, because every single version of Dwarf Fortress from the beginning of time is still available in the Bay 12 Games archives, there's lots of weird prepackaged versions of Dwarf Fortress that were made and packaged by people ages ago that sit on websites that are out of date. And every now and again, I will see people playing with these old prepackaged versions of the game that don't have modern features and break in a lot of weird ways because they still have old bugs in them from back when DF was less stable, because it was less stable earlier on. So you have a lot of people that every now and again, I'll have somebody asking me questions about the game and trying to figure out a bug, and we're trying, like, going back and forth in the chat, trying to figure out what's causing their game to crash or why they're having a particular issue, and then it comes down to, oh, you're just using an old version of the game, and if you just updated the game, you wouldn't have these issues. I mean, the game doesn't care about you. Doesn't mean you can't have good luck or fortune. Cool fucking things happen in this game. This is not like RimWorld, where the whole point of the game is to kill you because they want to keep you away from a credit screen. It's not like that. Dwarf Fortress doesn't care. Doesn't mean cool things don't happen. Still unloading, eh? I'm starting to think that the dwarves are stuck. Is there a trader stuck somewhere? Or a trader that's still coming in? Not that I'm seeing. Weird. Starting to think that they're not going to finish unloading. Well, I mean, like, small example. I did a Halloween Fortress, which was much more violent and exciting than this one recently, which is all archived on my YouTube channel. It's called Reigns of Terror. And we started raiding a evil tower because more generated worlds have necromancer towers that pop up, which is where it's what necromancers build when they get booted out of society. So they learn the secrets of life and death, they become evil masterminds, and then they get booted out of town because they don't age and they're weird and creepy. And normal people don't like them very much. But turns out the necromancer that made that tower, and we found out about this by stealing books from them and reading their books, Yeah, basically, they try and lich everything up. And we were stealing their books and read, and I was looking at the books that we were stealing, and they started off being written by a necromancer. Then there was a book that we stole which covered the story of how a necromancer stepped down from their position as leader and appointed a mummy that had recently risen from the dead as leader. And then the books went from being written by that necromancer to being written by the mummy, who lived there, who was writing all of these books about life in the tower, what it was like living there, the people that lived there, people that died around there, battles that happened there, people that tried to attack them, and then eventually wrapped back around to us in starting to invade them and stealing their books. And then we killed the mummy in a raid. And one of my dwarfs got that kill. So little things like that. And like, that's all just lines of text that you get when you raid something, which I'm not doing in this fort because we're not at war with anybody. But it's just lines of text, right? Generated lines of text. Just little stories like that. Or a story that I found in Legends mode, which was a queen of a faction who was a necromancer. Poor mummy historian. Fucking got in the way. Roadkill. I mean, to be fair, the mummy did seem kind of cool, actually. But there was this one story that I always remember, which I found in Legends mode, which was the story of a queen, human, who was also a necromancer. So she was the queen of her faction, and yeah, the dwarves are unable to trade because they're stuck somewhere. Oh, no, never mind. They finished unloading finally. Okay, where's my trader at? Ghost, I need you to go do your job. You're putting your cup away. Okay, now that once you're done putting your cup away, go trade. No, don't pick up a trade a depot. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What is contraband? Rings. Can't trade rings. Anyway, there was this necromancer queen, right? And what she would do, and we didn't actually encounter her in game because she was dead by the time the era that we were playing in was. But every world has a set of legends, which you can go read. But you have to exit out and not be running a fortress at the time just to read the legends. And earlier on in this world, there was a queen who was a necromancer, right? And she did 3 things with her life. She started wars. She competed in local foot races, so like marathons and such, and she got married. And she got married a lot. But she had a habit. She would get married, or she would find a lover. She would get this husband, and she would marry them, and they were always husbands. She would marry them, and then get another lover, and then plot to kill her husband, res him as a zombie, put him into the military as one of her lieutenants, marry the next husband, and then within a couple of weeks or months, find another lover, plot to murder the first one, and just did this like clockwork on repeat for like 400 years. Just, this immortal necromancer lich person lady constantly getting married and then plotting to kill her husbands, hiring assassins, getting them to kill her husbands, and then raising them from the dead as a lich. Just on repeat for like years, and built an army, which is like rad. So, just like random little background stories like that. And now they're unloading again. They're still, human doors, please. Maybe you need to play this game tonight instead of the weekend. But here's the thing, right? In order to find those stories, and this is kind of like the caveat that I think everybody needs to understand about Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress doesn't give those stories to you. Dwarf Fortress doesn't tell you. You need to look for them, and you need to know how to find them. They do happen, and they are awesome. But there can be long breaths of time where you're just confused, fiddling, and you have no idea what's happening. Like a perfectly good example is this. This dwarf is meditating on speech. If I press enter, there is no specific information for that activity. Okay, let's go to this dwarf's description and look at the god that they're worshipping. Sungur. The fuchsia is a deity of the ignited creation. The fuchsia most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with persuasion and speech. Cool. Who's your wife? Missed him? Oh, not here. Okay, let's jump to Quivenir, who's one of my dwarves. What deity do you worship? Shishak. A deity of the ignited creation. Most often takes the form of a skeletal male dwarf and is associated with disease and death. Cheerful. How about you? You worship Lokum Ridur and Singor from before. The Spear of Incineration is the deity of the ignited creation. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with valor, war, and fortresses. Maybe this god has cursed somebody in the past. The curses would pop up here if there were curses that had happened in the world. Also, this dwarf has 2 pet peacocks. The way to pronounce things in Dwarf Fortress is just say it the way it's spelled plus a lot of phlegm. So just realize that there are incredible stories that happen in Dwarf Fortress. Like in this particular fortress, about 100 years ago in this fortress, we had a mayor, right? And this mayor was kind of cruel, right? Did a lot of things that I looked at that was always like, really? Did you have to do that? But that mayor was kind of cool. Hi, Ultimate. I hope you've been well. And this mayor had a captain of the guard. Now, this was my fault as a player leaving this dwarf as the captain of the guard because they were too strong for that job. Captain of the guard is basically Mall Cop Dwarf Edition, right? They go around and they beat up anybody who commits crimes, basically. Now, I had a really powerful dwarf assigned to captain of the guard, which was my fault. I shouldn't have done that. But there was a dwarf in my fort, which was named after one of my teammates named Suey. Now, Suey had a husband, who I honestly can't remember the name of off the top of my head, but was also another named dwarf. Suey's husband got kind of depressed in the fort and and went and had a tantrum, which basically is like a snap in RimWorld. In fact, that's where the mechanic for snaps in RimWorld came from. But he went and had a tantrum. He was depressed and he went and had a tantrum. In doing so, he broke a window and toppled over a workshop and punched a dwarf. So started a bar fight, broke a window, broke a workshop. The punishment that he got for those crimes was a beating. And because I wasn't paying attention, that beating was enough to kill that dwarf. So the dwarf was beaten to death, right? Within seconds of that dwarf being beaten to death in public and upsetting half of my dwarves, the mayor married that dwarf's wife. So, rewind. Kind of dickish mayor has way too strong cop. Guy commits crime. Cop kills guy who commits crime. Dwarf immediately marries that guy's wife after sentencing that crime. You know, little things like that. Dude, they hadn't even buried the corpse yet. They hadn't even buried the corpse yet. And they were married. Corpse was still lying there. Just in the middle of everything. Those two married. And then they had a couple kids. I'm pretty sure like the great-grandchildren of that couple still lives in my fort. So, you know, like, those are the kinds of things you need to be paying attention to. Or, like, there was one time, this was in another fort, I had a dwarf that was named Prosectra, after my viewer Prosectra, and became obsessed with cats. Or rather, cats were obsessed with him, because dwarves don't adopt cats. Cats adopt dwarves if you have a cat in your fort. Which is fine, in theory, but I didn't clip the cat's nuts off quick enough, and they started making kittens, as cats do. And all of the kittens would immediately claim this dwarf. And I then gelded them all after there was about 20 of them, because I wasn't paying attention until I realized that this dwarf has a cloud of cats following them. Because cats, there is one of the more advanced AIs in the game. You can tell this game was made by cat people if you play it, because cats are like ridiculously detailed personalities for this game. This dwarf just had all of these cats that followed him around, which was fine. It was kind of hilarious, actually, because like the frame rate would get bad when you got into a tight hallway because there was like cats trying to pile over top of other dwarves when there was a crowded hallway. And the cats would insist on following this dwarf into battle and stuff like that. And then one day a tragedy happened. I was testing some things and messing with a fountain, and dumped a bunch of water on a walkway and washed that dwarf into the river. Anyway, the dwarf drowned in the river, and it was a very rough, large river, so we couldn't really get the body out. And the cats, of course, wanted to be close to the one that they liked, meaning they just hung out on the edge of the river, right next to where his corpse rested as it rotted, and eventually became a skeleton to just remain there for all eternity. And until the end of that fort, there was a cloud of about 24 cats that just sat there, sad, forever. So, that happened. Stuff like that. Little stories like that in India. Or like the time a dwarf killed a forgotten beast with a rat by picking it up and throwing it at him. Interviews, the definitive guide. This is a book written by one of my dwarves. Authored by the great Pandinsky. It concerns personal interviews as sources. The writing indulges the author's every whim, and the prose is passable. Passable book. Written by the great Pandinsky. Why that kitty go-go? Ultimate important question. Yeah, so like, but if you want to know another thing about how this game simulates things, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have an HP system. You know, most games are just like, smack 1 HP down, smack 1 HP down, or like maybe a limb-based HP system where it's like RimWorld where you smack a limb and then it hurts their arm a little bit and they receive injuries and then their arm gets broken and then they get scars and stuff like that. Okay, Dwarf Fortress doesn't do that. Dwarf Fortress tracks blood, internal organs, bones, teeth, hair, skin, muscles, tendons, and processes them all and keeps track of them. A character dies when they lose enough blood. So they're literally walking blood bags with pumps inside of them that are all being processed at all times. And if I go to, let's just say, this dwarf, these are all the different body parts that exist on a dwarf that could theoretically take damage separately. Left foot, left lower leg, right lower leg, left upper leg, right upper leg, left hand, right hand, left lower arm, right lower arm, left upper arm, right upper arm, head, neck, lower body, upper body. Now, if I go into the details screen and go into health, well, there's no health problems listed. But if there was, let's see if I can find a wounded dwarf. Lumpy, you can be my guinea pig. My tavern keeper, who's got some problems, to put it bluntly. Harrowed by the nightmare that is their tragic life. Their neck, upper arm is damaged, and oopsies. And I was hitting the wrong button. Let's jump back over to Lumpy. See, ooh, their left ankle, right knee, left elbow, right lung, left upper arm, and neck are all damaged. If I go into your health, you do have no health problems, but these are the wounds that they have. The right lung tissue has been sutured, so they have stitches in their lung. So they had open surgery at one point. Their right knee muscle has been sutured. Their left elbow muscle is gone. Their right ankle muscle is gone. Their right ankle skin, or their neck skin is blank. They have an injury on their left upper arm skin and an injury in their left upper arm fat. Neck skin and neck skins, multiple old infections and scars. And left ankle muscle has been sutured. So that dwarf had like open surgery at one point. I'm pretty sure that's because they got beaten by the mall cop. But remember, prison sentence for murder is 28 days. So it's not so bad. You might also get a beating though. Which is funny because if you export banned goods against the mayor's will, that's like 200 days in prison. So you don't export rings if they're not labeled for export. I wouldn't want to live in that world, Chocobo. I'll be honest. As a public person with a public persona, I wouldn't want to live in that world. The merchant Dastot and the merchant Zas Lukunib have married. Congratulations. Dastot, where's Dastot? There you is. There you is. She feels adoration while getting married and affection talking with a friend. 119 years old. Make me babies. Thanks. Merchants are migrant workers are not technically members of the fortress, but if they have children here, then their children become members of the fortress. Which is what I'm trying to do. Because I need my because dwarves will marry cousins, but they won't marry siblings. Fortunately. So I need people from outside of the family, and because the population of this fort is so low, this is like maybe not the greatest fort to like watch if you've never played Dwarf Fortress, just because of how weird I have to run the fort. Like, for example, this is an old fort where there are always so few people. We had 55 members of the fort at one point. So population has dwindled. I've been making too many mega projects and keeping the dwarves too far apart. We spent 100 years digging a giant tunnel through the center of the world and then filling it up with lava and surrounding it in glass, which, because of the total effort that was put into this project and how long it took, it kind of puts some stress on their ability to make friends and maintain relationships. So a lot of dwarves just kind of died single. Like me. So, you know. We are now, like, trying to rebuild the population. I mean, I've been running this fortress for... well, it's the year 329 late autumn, meaning I've been running this fortress for 324 years in-game, which, yeah, that red circle is a literal hole down to the great lava sea at the center of the earth. Literally. Well, almost literally. Not quite literally. Almost literally. I haven't gotten a migrant wave since year 129. You stop getting migrant waves when you have 3,000 dead on your map because of a memory bug. And that's the number of dead we have on the map. I haven't hit the bottom yet. That was the bottom. So, yeah. Yes, this is something DF Hack could fix, but I'm not using DF Hack. And I won't use DF Hack. The whole point of this fort is to keep it alive for 1,000 years without any long-term mods or issues. So I'm basically proving that you can do this. I'm proving that you can keep a fort alive for 1,000 years without any major frame rate problems, without... So it's intended mechanics to stop getting migrant waves? No, it's not intended mechanics, but it is the state of the game. The whole point of this fort is to basically prove that you can do it. I mean, another thing I could do is I could retire the fortress and then reclaim the fortress. That would also fix it. But that would also defeat the point. There's many ways that I could fix the no migrants issue, but it would defeat the point. Because then I wouldn't be running a fortress for 1,000 years. The fortress's name is Longdeath, which is in the title of the stream. And if you type in !Longdeath in the chat, it'll give you the... And also, our faction is... Our local government is called the Eternal Adventure of Time. And if you type in that, it'll give you the full playlist. Good luck. There's a lot of it. And I will probably still be playing this fort in a year. I mean, I do pause, but when I'm building stuff. It's an endurance challenge. It's not a difficulty challenge, but yes, it is a form of challenge. What's even funnier is the whole reason we did this is because some random person on YouTube comments was just like, hey, this fort's really cool, but you know what you should do? You should try and beat Arch Crystal and make a fort that lasts 1,000 years. And I was like, you know what? Careful, I just might. And here I am. Arch Crystal lasted 500 and took 6 years. Where we are, what, a year and 2 months in? Let's go. So, here we are. Yep. Here we is. Here we is. But yeah, no, so, but I do run other forts from time to time. I do seasonal forts. I'm going to do another one, another fort in December. That's not Longdeath. We'll do a Christmassy fort where I go up far north and build a snow castle and give stuff away for free. So that's the thing that I'm planning on doing. We're going to try and build Santa's workshop. I'll probably do something in spring too, maybe Easter themed again, where we have to raise all the bunnies and just build a bunny army. We'll do other fun forts around the edge of this one that are a little bit more normal for Dwarf Fortressy things, where we can raid people and all that. You know, like my other fort that I did. What's the next thing? Rebuild the massive structure out of cooler materials. My next project is this. This giant hole in the ground, underground. This is going to be a obsidian printer. We are going to fill the bottom layer of this up with water, and then we are going to take lava from that pump, and we are going to cover it in lava, and then wait for it to cool, and then go in and harvest all of the obsidian. And then we are going to do it again, and then we're going to make blocks, and then we're going to do it again, and then we're going to make more blocks, and we're going to do it again, and then we're going to make more blocks, and we're going to do it again, and then we're going to make more blocks, and we're going to do it again, and then we're going to make more blocks, and we're going to do it again, and then we're going to make more blocks, and we're going to do it again. And once we have enough blocks, I'm going to rebuild topside in obsidian. That being the outer walls, all these walkways, these upper walls, maybe even the central tower. I don't know. That's the next project. Oh yeah, Longdeath is going to become Longdeath, the Obsidian Citadel. So, yes, that's what we're doing next, Stone. I estimate that project will take me at least 200 years. If there is an animal that isn't domesticated, then there is that folk in DF. The reason domesticated creatures don't have animal folk is because, so which would mean I would assume that bunnies wouldn't be people. I don't think that they're a rabbit folk, but there might be. I don't know. The reason that domesticated animals do not show up as people is that would give you the Goofy and his pet dog question, which is weird. The Obsidian Inquisition. Yeah. Also, Digital Dan, since you're talking about DF and its simulation, just wait until you hear me rant about Dwarf Fortress and its racism simulation at some point. And the way it simulates politics, and the way it simulates different factions, and the way those factions interact, and the belief systems of the individual characters based on where they were raised. And the species that they are. When you get into that side of Dwarf Fortress, that's where your head starts to spin a little bit. Yeah, rabbit is domestic, hare people exist. This is true. Yes. Yes, you are correct. Because hares are not by default domesticated by dwarves. Well, it's just like dwarves have like a tolerance level. Every dwarf can be different levels of tolerance, quick check, based on how much they like or dislike. Vinsadi's been doing that for a while. Athros. based on how high their tolerance is. So they could be incredibly tolerant of those with different appearance or culture, or they could be completely intolerant of those with different appearance or culture. How can people be so glum? I agree, Quivenir. How can people be so glum? Speaking of glum people, utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. Lovely. I cannot stand the world any longer. I feel that, man. Hey, redheads are like a diamond in the rough. You don't get them very often, man. That's why redheads are cute. Sheesh. You know, when I read "Do It Again," Frog, I can't read it in that voice. I only read it in the like say it again, one more time voice. So thanks, Corey Taylor. It's the world before I am a man. I was a creature before I could stand. I will remember for before I forget. Before I forget this. It's a good song, okay? That's stuck in my head now. It's just my life. Hey, Kugler. Winter is upon us, meaning it's going to snow. And also, there's the question that every new Dwarf Fortress player needs to run through every time fall happens for the first time and you're settling in a forest, which is, okay, is it raining blood or are the leaves falling off of the trees? It's a very important question every Dwarf Fortress player needs to ask once or twice when they settle in a new place. Because if it's raining blood, we might have a problem. Although I'm pretty sure that's just leaves. Raining blood is cool. Raining vomit or snot? Will it man? Will it man? Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Does anybody no, nobody gets the reference? Okay, I will sit in my corner then. I'm ready for that Will It Blend parody though. It was raining goblins through tree stump holes. That means you played DF in 2D days, eh? 2D days. Unless you built your fort one layer below ground, cut down a bunch of trees, and then the goblins came in and invaded and then dived in through the holes that you dug in the ground. One of the two. This was the one layer one. I was like, either of those could have been a possibility. Because I've definitely had the latter happen. But 2D, you know, I've actually, because I never played two-dimensional Dwarf Fortress. I started when it was 3D. I've kind of wanted for a while to go back and play 2D DF. I kind of want to, because you could just download OG 2D DF and go that route. Back when Dwarf Fortress didn't have a third dimension. You know, Dwarf Fortress is a weird game when myths exist. It's just like, I've seen triplets happen in Dwarf Fortress once. Once. I had a dwarf that had triplets. It happened in this fort, and it's happened once. I've probably played 10,000 hours of Dwarf Fortress, and I've seen that happen once. You know, shit like that. That's the reason I love this game. It's because they're like finding a dragon. Unless you do weird things to your game files, dragons are so fucking rare. You don't want to fight the dragon. You want to catch it and tame it because dragons are so fucking rare. You see a dragon and it's like, holy shit, a fucking dragon. It's like the most mind-boggling, crazy thing you'll ever see because, oh my god, it's a fucking dragon. Really means rare? Yep. Although, the trying to think of a correct wording. The slug brute has given birth to triplets. Is truly terrifying. Truly, truly, truly terrifying. When you have a lot of slug brutes in the basement, they're gonna give birth to triplets. And it'll be truly terrifying. Like, in real life humans or Dwarf Fortress humans? I'm assuming you mean real life humans, right? I mean, that means that it is more likely that you will have triplets than have a baby with my visual birth defects, because mine is 1 in 500,000. Meaning I'm a rarer drop than triplets. How's that for winning the lottery? I'm gonna go use the restroom. Back in a sec. Apparently, yes, I am muted. I stand up for 2 fucking seconds and Animal dies. Animal, what the fuck did you do? I know I unmuted for a hot second. I'm not sure how that happens, but it happens sometimes. Was Animal a member of the fortress, or were you a merchant? I think you were a merchant. Not a huge loss, then. Yeah, Animal's dead. The naturalist punched you in the left arm with her left hand. The naturalist punches the merchant in the left with her left hand and the injured part collapses into a lump of gore. An artery has been opened by the attack, and the force pulls the left ankle, shattering the bone and shattering the bone. A ligament has been torn and a tendon has been torn. The naturalist punches the merchant in the left upper arm and her right hand, jamming the bone through the left shoulder's muscle and shattering the left shoulder bone. The force pulls the left shoulder, shattering the bone and shattering the bone. A ligament has been torn. Holy fuck, you're strong. And a tendon has been bruised. The naturalist punches the merchant in the upper body with her right hand, bruising the muscle and shattering the left ribs through the pigtail cloak. The merchant gives in to the pain, and then the naturalist punches the merchant in the head with her left hand, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. Animal has been found dead. Anyway, that's why you're dead, Animal. And my chief medical dwarf also got beaten up in that. I mean, you're the one who got your skull jammed through your brain, so I'm not necessarily certain that's the definition of strunk, but I'll let you have that one, I guess. There we go. We got somebody coming to place the item in a tomb. Well, we were talking earlier about how the population has been dropping, so I think you can answer that question yourself with 10 seconds of thinking. Chocobo. Whitcoat is indeed pondering biography. Yep. But it's okay, because that wasn't technically a member of the fortress, so. The best part about this is I don't actually have a captain of the guard currently, so didn't even get convicted of the crime. I'm going to give it to Massive. Massive, you can have the job. Actually, Massive, how strong are you? Massive is my manager who manages job orders, but where are you? There you are. How strong are you? Incredibly quick to heal. Remarkably flimsy and quick to tire. Susceptible to disease. Okay, so you're not particularly strong. There you go, Massive. You can have that job. So now they can go report all those crimes. There, Jesus. Okay, that was quick. Whitcode, 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 Whitcode. Those are old crimes from a while ago. So let's see what you get for killing animal, Whitcode. Also, I just realized a little bit more space there. Yeah, me too. I mean, there is a very real world where I don't actually finish this fort. There is a very real world where this fort dies out. And no, I won't save scum before someone asks. If this fort dies, it dies. And if I fail, I fail. And then chat will make fun of me for the rest of my life for air quotes wasting a year of my life streaming this fort. Wait, hold on, what? Who are you carrying? Okay, you're I thought someone else was carrying animal. What? Maybe they canceled the job halfway through. Well, I don't agree with that. But if the player desires to not reset, they shouldn't be told not to. There are multiple copies of this world floating around the internet if you want to go look for them and download them. There's a copy of the world at year 5. There's a copy of the world at year 100. There's a copy of the world at year 200 and a copy of the world at the year 300. You just need to go look for it. Go get it. It's attached to the VODs. So the asshole in you? Get over it, Digital Dan. Let people play the game they want, the way they want. Save scumming as much as they want and having as much fun as they want, or not. Just because games used to be shit doesn't mean we need to be shit. But yeah, no, for certain things, like I am pretty locked in my ways with that. All right, you got beaten. Did you get a prison sentence for that? Where the fuck is Whitcode? There you are. 29 days in prison, right, for murder, of course. Naturally. It's not in prison yet, though. Because the captain of the guard needed to stop and eat lunch. Oh, I see why. It's because you're in the hospital right now. Because you got your beating first, and your third toe on your left foot is broken. Your third toe on your left foot is smashed open. Their first toe on the left foot is broken. Her first toe on the left foot is smashed open, and her left foot is torn open. I have a feeling that your beating was just the captain of the guard walked up and stamped in your foot. Okay. It affects me, Athros, because if I decide to do a run where I save scum, there's always that one person who's just like, you noob. And that sucks. Like, I'm actually going to start a tourist run of Caves of Cud because I'm not good enough to ever finish the game. And that's a 20-hour-long permadeath RPG. So I'm going to do a tourist run of it because I want to interview the developers about their game. And in order to do that, I want to have seen all the content. So because they added in a tourist run feature, fuck yeah, I'm going to take advantage of that shit. You know, it's my job to stream video games and be entertaining. And I don't like it when people throw that kind of Puritan bullshit at me. So if I don't like it, other people must not like it. Mm-hmm. And it sucks for the streamer. Dwarf is getting limbs set. He's on the surgery table right now. Satisfied at work. Well, at least the doctor is satisfied at work. Repair compound fracture in the foot, probably. Surgery's happening. Wonder if you're getting any stitches. Covered in blood, though. And your own tears? Yeah, literally this dwarf is sitting here crying and has their own blood all over their foot. Their eyes are covered in tears because eyes produce tears naturally. And he's got pigtail threads sewn into... I can't read that. Sewn into left knee and sewn into their neck. Okay, so they are getting stitches. Stitches on the neck and stitches on their knee. Well, you're watching a legally blind streamer who is incapable of playing most games on the hardest difficulty. So, you know, you can have your personal preference of masochism, but if you bring that up in this channel, I will fucking tear you a new one. Because it's not appreciated. And if I see you doing that to anybody else, I will do the same thing. There are certain types of games that I'm extremely good at, but it's never going to be a difficulty thing. I kind of despise, like I used to be one of these people, but I kind of despise the people that put their difficulty setting in the title and make that the only thing that matters, because it directly leads to other people not enjoying games as much because they genuinely believe that that is the only way that they can enjoy a game, is if they play it on those difficulties that are not fun. That kind of culture has also ruined multiple games for me because I ceased being able to have fun with them because in order to play them, I had to play them on a difficulty that wasn't pleasant, fun, or interesting. Like RimWorld, that game actively gets less fun the harder you crank the difficulty up. Because it's trying to be like Dwarf Fortress. And then there's games like Dwarf Fortress which don't have a difficulty, which is cool. And then you give up. Stop watching YouTube videos. That's my advice to that. It's also kind of the reason I refuse to like call Longdeath a challenge, because is Longdeath hard? No, not really. It's taxing, but it's not hard. Man, you're tantruming again? We might... Oof. And then you punched the captain of the guard. Damn, literally fought free. This guy. Dwarf fought the law, and he's gonna get another beating from the mall cop. I don't actually know why this dwarf started tantruming. Like, I was, like, tending to their needs and giving them the things that they wanted, but... That's awful. Digicode. Ruins some fun games. I mean, I helped cure you of that at least briefly. When you're just like, I can't beat the first level of Jupiter Hell. I'm like, what difficulty are you playing on? And you're like, hard. I'm like, well, that's your fucking problem. Set it to easy and beat the game once. Fuck. Like, that's a hard game on easy. Like, fucking put it on easy, dude. Put it on easy and just beat the fucking thing. And you're like, I beat the game on easy. I'm like, do you feel better yet? And you're like, kinda. Okay. What other crimes can I pin to you? Maybe none yet, because Captain the Guard is still in hospital. Yep. All right. Well, I'm going to accuse this dwarf of crimes they didn't commit, just to get them off of the crime list. This dwarf is just sitting here and thinking about their god. Well, just realize that Dwarf Fortress is an unfinishable, unbeatable game with no difficulty slider. So, okay, so then you go beat, and then you're chaining up that dwarf. Did you punch his tooth out? That's what it looked like. His upper right back tooth. Upper right back tooth, upper right back tooth, and upper right back tooth. Punched out all of his upper right back teeth. Or her teeth, rather. Which means her upper right back teeth are gone. So how long of a sentence are you getting now? Wit code. Still 29 days, but also got another crime, which was you punching the captain of the guard when they tried to arrest you. Can you have fugitives? Theoretically. Sort of, but like you can have prisoners in cages if you want. I'm back. Am I alive? Yes, you are indeed alive, Jimmy. You are 3 years old. And you feel so good, apparently. No, that's the dwarf that I was following. There you are. You've been to the endgame of Cut a few times, spawning in the multi-dimensional clone of yourself that's stronger than swapping bodies with them, and being the stronger version than killing the other body is pretty fun. But you're also looking forward to trying the tourist mode yourself. I'm going to start the tourist mode on Saturday. I also haven't decided if I'm going to stream on Sunday. I might end up taking Sunday off because I really want to watch the Mexican Grand Prix. It's very rare that I get to watch F1 races in my time zone. So getting to watch a race at like 11 o'clock in the morning is like oddly magical. So just reading what Dan is saying, right? I used to be like that, right? I used to always want to be the best at the games that I played. I used to play RTS games. I played Dota. I played League of Legends. I played Heroes of Newerth. I played first-person shooters. I played Counter-Strike. I played Crossfire. I played Allegiance of Valiant Arms and other fucking free-to-play games that were terrible, but they were the only games I had at the time. I played a lot of those games, right? I had to come to terms with the fact that my eyes literally keep me from being good at those games. So I played League of Legends for a number of years, right? And League of Legends was probably the game like that I played the longest. And when I played League of Legends, my friends, who I played games with, rocketed up to high diamond and stayed there. And there was a few of my friends in ranked who were like mid-high plat, right? Now, I could do that too, but they could do that playing 4 hours a day. I could do that, but I had to play 60 hours a day. Dyer, thank you very much for the raid. Thanks for bringing your friends over. I hope your stream was good. I hope the things sorted themselves out after your post. Cheers, man. Guys, if you don't know Dire Dwarf, go give him a follow. He plays cool games. He's super chill. He's one of my teammates. He's a good guy. Go give Dire a follow. Cheers. Thanks for the raid, man. But I used to play all of these games, right? And then I kind of came to terms with the fact that I can't ever be that good at those games for a few specific reasons. I'm legally blind, so my visual awareness is not good. And because of that, my hand-eye coordination is minimal. I'm good at the knowledge side of games, and I can learn games really well, but I'm terrible at the execution. And I think that for me, in order to enjoy games, I enjoy the process of learning, deconstructing, and understanding a complex game. I love that. But even once I've done that, I still find myself borderline incapable of getting amazing at it. Like, I understand a lot of mechanics in Dwarf Fortress. I don't think I'm particularly good at this game. Like, I look at other people playing it, and I can explain what they're doing, but I can't execute what they're doing. It's always been that way with games. And it's been extremely frustrating. There are some games I'm pretty good at. This dwarf likes being in prison. They're repenting of their sins, which is good. It's one of the best moods they can get. Plus, they are very happy near a fine statue, very happy near a wonderful cabinet, very happy near a splendid cabinet, and very happy near a completely sublime seat. So they're very happy near a wonderful table, and they're very happy near a wonderful restraint. So this dwarf is very happy about all of the crafts worshipping here. So hopefully this prison sentence will sort their times out and their mental issues out, which will be very helpful. But so I had to kind of overcome that, and I still play hard games. Like, you know, I play games like Jupiter Hell, but I've kind of hit what I think might be my skill ceiling for a game like Jupiter Hell. Like, I don't know if I'm ever going to get up to being able to play in ultraviolence consistently, and even hard is like difficult for me. And I feel that the same way about a lot of games that I'm good at. And I've just kind of accepted that. You know, I play games and I get as good at them as I need to be to enjoy them. And anything outside of that is a bonus. And if I need to get better at a game and it stops being enjoyable because the skill ceiling is too high, I just stop playing. And it's the reason that I'm completely uninterested in that kind of culture, because I genuinely believe that that kind of game playing culture of you have to play on the hardest difficulty, you have to understand everything, and you have to have the maximum skills, that culture literally just removes the fun and creativity from a lot of games, which genuinely sucks. And yes, there are games out there like Dark Souls, and there are games out there like that you are actively benefited by playing the game the way it's meant to be played, without assists, at the hardest possible difficulty. And if that works for you, fucking by all means live your life, but don't pressure other people because they may not be able to physically play those games. Like a game that somebody in my chat loves, Stone aka Seashore's Wall, loves Hotline Miami. I also love Hotline Miami. I've played the first one and I love it. I'm incapable of finishing that game. I'm completely incapable of finishing it. It is too visually demanding. I cannot play that game. I would love to play that game, but I can't. I'm incapable of it. Doesn't matter. Like, I could use fucking hacks, and I probably still wouldn't be able to beat it. You've played a lot of it, so I was using that as an example. Maybe I used too strong of a word. Sorry, Stone. But, like, I get games recommended to me on, a weekly basis where they're just like, you'd love this game. And I'm like, no, I can't. And that happens frequently. People will recommend games to me, and I'll just look at it, and I'll be like, I'd love to, but I can't play it. Another game that theoretically I should love is Dusk. Theoretically, I should love Dusk. But I can't actually play the second half of that game because it becomes too visually demanding. Even on easy, which is the difficulty I was playing it on. The Dusk, the demake for that game, is a game that I can play. Dusk 82, and I really, really enjoy it. It's silly as hell, and I very much like it. But, I don't know. I'm just rambling about game accessibility now at this point. So, just play games the way you want to play them, and don't pressure other people, because other people may not be be capable of it. Like for me, I say that Dwarf Fortress is a very easy game that's extremely obtuse. So it's an easy game to play if you learn it, but the problem with learning it is that it's obtuse, right? I play video games on the internet as a full-time job. I have the time to sit down. This is me talking about me. This is a problem I have. I have the time to sit down and spend 3 months playing, staring at, reading wikis, and understanding how to play a complicated mechanical game. Not everybody's able to do that. Tetris is actually a game I'm very good at it. I'm very good at Tetris, but I will never stream Tetris. I beat Game Boy Tetris. I got credits in Game Boy Tetris. Anyway, but I really, 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 really like doing that. Like sitting down and just staring at a wiki and for months on end until I eventually learn every single ins and out of a game. Not every person on earth has time to do that, right? Like a lot of people do not and will never have time to sit down and learn a game like that, making learning Dwarf Fortress completely impossible. No matter how easy I think the game actually is. But for some people, it is a non-starter and they'll never be able to do it. Watford? Apple, Kia hybrids are unparable monsters. Paint fences red, please. Blue cheese like this Stilton is good. Amazing coffee. There you go. Please continue adding words to the add a words room and keep my Discord server partnered. Okay, thanks, bye. While I stare at this dwarf. You're late, no CD. Loves singing Happy Birthday. Dies on one of your hands. And during the pandemic. I mean, I worked in a restaurant previously and got really good at washing my hands in restaurants. So it's just, I've been washing my hands well for a while. God, Project Zomboid is so fucking boring. It's such a weak fucking, like, basic, simple game. But, you know, that's me talking. CDDA is an actually complicated survival game, whereas Project Zomboid is like a survival game with your training wheels on. Granted, there are fun moments in Zomboid. I love driving a truck into a crowd of zombies and letting them eat me. That's a lot of fun. There's definitely fun to be had in Project Zomboid, but goddamn, that game is simplistic. Like, holy shit, goddamn, that game is simplistic. Well, I'm Katsu, what up? Hey, good to see you. I hope you do be well. Sure. Project Zomboid is one of the only games that actually I think might have a slower development cycle than Dwarf Fortress. Oh. I will keep my lips sealed then if you genuinely believe that. I'm going to keep my lips sealed. Chat, you know what I want to say, right? There's got to be somebody here who knows what I want to say. He mentioned the game. He said the game. Stone Shard is probably the worst roguelike I've ever played in my entire fucking life and one of the worst examples of the genre that I've ever seen. Holy fuck, that game is terrible. God damn, that game is terrible. Such a fucking garbage game. So goddamn mind-numbingly boring, easy, lame. Absolutely nothing interesting going on and nothing creative. Pretty art style. That's about it. Fuck, I hate that game. God, it's bad. Holy shit. Ugh. Anyway, now that I'm done with that. Anyway, I'm glad that you're learning about better games and stopping playing that terrible excuse for a roguelike. Ugh, disgusting. Terrible fucking video game. Also, it was sold on false advertising. Really fucking good look. But I'm glad that it helped you stumble into better games. Although, if you like Stone Shard, you should play either the original ADOM or Tome. You just found it 2 weeks ago. I'm so sorry for your loss. What's funny is I think Cooler likes Stone Shard. But what do I think of Loop Hero? Boring. Loop Hero isn't a roguelike. What are you talking about? You're about to get an education bomb if you keep going this route. Just a warning. Yeah, it is pretty looking. Loop Hero's fine, but it's not a roguelike. What's Bastion? Bastion's a story-based action game? What? Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. Are you trying to tell me Bastion is a roguelike? What? Oh my god. I don't get paid enough for this shit, chat. Why do I have to educate everybody what the fuck a roguelike is? God! No. A roguelike is a game that's like Rogue. None of those games that you mentioned are even remotely like Rogue. Why did the game pause? I must have hit spacebar. So a roguelike is a game that's like Rogue. Here, I actually have a command for this. So here, let me give you some education for a second here, child. So Rogue is on Steam, but don't buy it on Steam because you can download later versions of it for free. This is Rogue. Okay? So a roguelike is a game that's like Rogue, similar to Doom. When the original Doom came out, a lot of people made Doom clones. So games that were like Doom, ran in the same engine or had similar styles of graphics, and either were running in the same engine. Same with Quake clones, which happened for a while. And then later they started calling those first-person shooters. What you're thinking of with those procedurally generated worlds in games are generally actually, also for reference, Bastion isn't even a procedurally generated game. There's nothing that is... There is nothing in Bastion that's even remotely like Rogue. It's a action game, a story-based action game, a very good one. But so games that are like Rogue are roguelikes. Modern games that people call roguelikes are usually either simply run-based games or action run-based games. So Hades is not a roguelike. There is no mechanics in Hades that are similar to Rogue, except for the randomly generated dungeons and the fact that you go on runs. So a game where you start, you play through, and then you die, and you go back to the beginning and you start and you play through again is a run-based game. A game like this is like Rogue, could be considered a roguelike. So a game like Golden Krone Hotel is a roguelike. It's a turn-based procedurally generated dungeon crawler where you start on a floor and have to go somewhere and complete a goal and a task. It's very difficult, and you level up each run, and then when you die, you start at the beginning at level 1 again. Another game that is a proper roguelike would be something along the lines of, let me see if I can find one. Let's just do this. Jupiter Hell is a roguelike. It's a procedurally generated turn-based dungeon crawler. Roguelite doesn't exist and should be abolished because it's too similar to roguelike and just confuses people. What you guys refer to as roguelites, I call run-based games. I don't like that term because it's too close to roguelike. Roguelike. Which one did I just say? Or another proper roguelike, like Tales of Magial. Or, as we call, Tome. Turn-based, procedurally generated dungeon crawler. This one's from hell, particularly. This one has a tendency to have things that breathe on you and they immediately kill you. Also very good game. Also very cheap. It's $7. Reviews are true. So a game like Slay the Spire isn't a roguelike. That's a run-based card game. A game like Binding of Isaac isn't a roguelike. So it's a run-based bullet hell. A game like Risk of Rain isn't a roguelike. It's a run-based first-person shooter. Yeah, like by the modern definition of roguelikes, and I like to remind people who just call everything a roguelike, that definition states that PUBG is a roguelike or Fortnite is a roguelike because you die and you start at the beginning and you go somewhere on the map randomly and loot's random. So by that logic, that exists. So you're taking a niche genre which is accessible to me, a visually impaired person, and you are using it as a marketing term for whatever the fuck is hard and has some sense of procedural generation. Fun fact, Skyrim has a lot of procedural generation in it. You want to know why? They used SpeedTree to generate the trees in their map. So all those trees are procedural. Everybody gets the same map, but those trees are all procedural. Does that mean it's a roguelike? Also, loot's randomized. So does that mean it's a roguelike? No. No. Anyway, I'm so fucking tired of this fucking argument and this fucking education session. It's so fucking annoying. One of my favorite comments is from that I get from roguelike developers time and time again is Epion of Jupiter Hell got a review like this, and so did Jim Shepard of Dungeon Man's, both proper roguelikes, where no, it's fine. Thanks for tolerating my rant. The both of them got similar reviews on their games where a person basically said, it's a fantastic new take on the genre, a roguelike that's turn-based. Basically, it's a genre that was like Doom clones. It would be like if we still called first-person shooters Doom clones, right? Like if I say Doom clone, you immediately think of something very specific, right? You think of a game that looks like OG Doom. If I say Quake clone, you also probably think of or like you know what I mean when I say Doom clone. You think of a very specific type of first-person shooter, right? If I say roguelike, you should think of a very specific type of turn-based dungeon crawler. You shouldn't think of Slay the Spire. It's literally a marketing buzz term. If I say something like or something like, if I say a Dark Souls like, you think of a game where you have a big sword and you go around and collect campfires. Like that's practically, or Dark Souls clone. Those are practically their own genre, Souls-likes, right? It's a specific kind of game. If you say Souls-like, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If I say Metroidvania, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If I say roguelike, you should think turn-based action game that kind of looks like XCOM, where you control one, maybe a small party of characters, and you go through a dungeon or an open world with dungeons in it. If you're thinking of anything else, then yeah. Last Bonfire is totally the next Dark Souls. Did that even have combat in it? I never played it, so I know almost nothing about Last Bonfire. So, you know, a game like Caves of Cud is a good example. Uh-oh. Whitcode got let out of prison and immediately beaten. Actually, I'm going to do this. Hey, Whitcode's no longer depressed, but is afraid after experiencing trauma and shaken after being beaten, but relieved after being released from confinement and feels repentant after being confined. So you've repented from your sins, and we forgive you for killing Animal. Please don't kill another dwarf. I swear to God. Hey, how nice of the captain of the guard, cleaning up the blood after beating the prisoner. It's a short story game with super baby puzzles? Oh, I'd probably like it then. I like super baby puzzles. Super baby puzzles is a good time, man. But here's a really good example of a very good roguelike that nobody's heard of, quite literally, except for people who watch this stream, probably. This game. I'll play it again when it gets a new update. Yeah, Whitcode killed Animal, but it's okay. Whitcode's more valuable than Animal. Sorry, Animal. And this one has like an open world overworld with some pre-designed elements. Fucking cool-ass game. Not much. What kind of cookies are you making, Grabicus? And also, just for a little bit of an example and a little bit of reasoning why I do not like um, Stone Shard. Stone Shard has a 2-hour prologue, which is the first quest that you play with full voice acting. That's well paced, well scripted, and has a variety, and it gives you a good amount of skills in that 2 hours. And then it resets you, and you start over and you go out into the open world, right? The problem with the open world is at launch, and to this day now they have 3, but at launch they had 1 AI for the enemy units, meaning every single enemy unit, wolves, skeletons, vampires, the brigands, the bandits, they all behaved identically, okay? The only variation in their behavior was the gear that they had on, meaning they were incredibly easy to corner, trick, trap, and fuck with, and kite. They had different movement speeds and different stats, but their AI was identical. A halfway decent roguelike will have different AI for every character. Okay, so that's the first issue that I had with it. Second issue that I had with it is its pacing. In the 2-hour prologue, it has very good pacing. You get a good variety of skills in a pretty short period of time, because a la tutorial, and it does a very good job of quickly distributing interesting things to the player. The actual game itself, it's like 2 hours of grinding to get an even remotely fun kit. For an example, in 2 hours of grinding, fighting boring as fuck enemies, you could have like maybe 4 skills. However, in a game like Tome, you start with 6. By the second screen, you could have 7. And if you play a complicated class, you could start with closer to 10 activatable skills. Or a game like NetHack, for example, where you have so much interesting kitchen sink design, a stick is more interesting than all of the skills in Stone Shard. Stone Shard also runs in a terrible engine for roguelikes, which is why they only have 1 dungeon generator, and to this day I'm pretty sure still only have 1 dungeon generator, meaning the layouts are consistent and predictable for every single different dungeon type, regardless of where in the world you are or what level you are. Like, I can, within 4 runs, I could predict where the exit for every dungeon was going to develop because their dungeon generator was so fucking boring. Like, why even play that fucking game when something like... Let me shout out another game here. Why even fucking play that game when Cogmind exists? Just, why? Why would you do that to yourself when you could play this? I mean, who doesn't want to be a weird tank robot with a jet propulsion engine and a nuclear power core and a rocket launcher? And a mini nuke? Why waste money on a terrible game that's based off of false advertising when you could play a good game? I'm just saying. It's unfortunate. The main like source for my salt about Stone Shard is it's also the highest selling roguelike of all time. Like proper roguelike. It is the most successful roguelike of all time. Financially. And it's also probably the worst one I've ever played. And I've played some pretty bad roguelikes that are free. And don't get me wrong, those first 2 hours were pretty okay. Yeah, I was going to say, is that a recipe that you have copies of? Because, like, if you have copies of that recipe, take a photo of it and stick it up on Discord. I guarantee you at least one person from this community will make it. Ooh, it's the 1st of spring. I wonder if anybody dies of old age. Which also means we have another shipment. Which means the fortress is 325 years old. Quarter of the way to year 400. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is free. Out of all of those games that I mentioned, let's see. NetHack is free. Dwarf Fortress is free. Tome has a free version, but it doesn't come with the online functionality. I mean, there's There's Doom the Roguelike, which is free, by the creator of Jupiter Hell, which you can play right there. Who's a subscriber to this stream? There's, let's see, Brogue. let's just link some free games right now that are better than Stone Shard. There's Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. I think I have a, yeah, I do have a command for that. It's hard as fuck, intimidating, and has a very competitive community for DCSS. Yes, Nash is dead, and you're on your own. Stone. There's nothing wrong with free Tome. Yeah, but Dark God needs to eat, so buy Tome so that Dark God can eat. We must feed Dark God. Please feed Dark God. Should you post in the food channel when you write it? Absolutely. Yeah. No, please do that. Everybody wants to see Grandma's cookies recipe. Or cookies that you take to your grandma's. When someone donates directly, the entire game gets random world events in Tome. Yep. Tome's a weird game. Link to Tome? The Steam page or the website, because it's just... Here's the website. Tome 4... Because I can never remember... Yeah, it's a .org. But yeah, give Dark God money. That's all I really have to say. Please give Dark God money. Even though I'm terrible at that game, please give Dark God money. I'm hoping you got it, Stone. If you didn't, let me know. I'll pop it open again. Let's see how Witcode is doing. Anxious after pondering toxicology, frustrated. Okay, so you don't actually like being or doing this job. So I'm going to remove you as a scholar and make you into a... What's the name of this temple? The Remarkable Temple. Can I just make you a performer at the Remarkable Temple? Because then you'll socialize and you'll worship your god. Okay. Tome is, if to anybody who hasn't played Tome, Tome is like playing, it's like playing Diablo, but for sadists, which is actually really fun. You know, I'm gonna say this out loud. This is a dangerous thing to say, chat. Imagine if Tome had Twitch drops. Imagine if the Path of Exile kids got into Tome. Because the sad part is they would like it. There's your tribute. All good. Don't worry about it, Stone. I'm assuming you got it now. And done. So, just a very angry dwarf. Too much skill and not enough random chance, you mean? What's your confession? Why am I expecting it to be? I haven't been keeping track of the paperwork this whole time, and I've just been lying. I mean, for whatever it's worth, if you stopped, I wouldn't be shocked. Wait, you have a plugin that makes the confusing numbers less confusing? Please do share. I mean, there's a lot of it. Stick it in the roguelikes room on Discord, please. What are you using for storage right now? Stupid. Also, I'll say this. As somebody who collects records and talks to people who collect records sometimes, if you call them vinyl records, people will look at you like you're an idiot. Just call them records or albums. If you say vinyl records, it's kind of like saying, I collect plastic Legos. Instead of just saying, I collect Lego. I collect plastic Legos. It's like it's a given. Anyway, but in regards to storage, I use an IKEA piece of furniture, and I hate IKEA, but it's what I could afford. Here, I'll give you a link to the thing that I use. These awful square shelves fit records perfectly. And store them upright. But if you don't have that, and don't have an IKEA near you, I will say that milk crates fit records perfectly. So if you want to go ghetto route, just get yourself a bunch of milk crates and put them everywhere. I need to refill my well. Speaking of roguelikes, and something that that Atheros might find interesting, is at some point I need to convince Tone to coach me on NetHack, because I've played maybe 30 minutes of NetHack in my life, and I'm horrible at it. And I kind of want to stream NetHack, but I kind of want to stream NetHack with somebody who's very good at NetHack, because I feel like that would be fun. So I need to convince Tone to coach me in NetHack. He's a huge music guru, and his vinyl is stored on the same shelves as his CDs. He's able to adjust the dimension of the shelves that keep them on the bottom. Yeah, but no, I want to get... I've talked to Tone about it, and it's yeah, let's do it, but when there's more free time kind of thing. So it's something that'll happen. It's just a matter of... NetHack isn't hard. It's like Dwarf Fortress. It's obtuse. There's just so many mechanics that you have to consider that it makes it really difficult. But if you understand all of the mechanics, it stops being difficult. The problem is understanding all of the mechanics. It's like saying math is hard because there's a lot of rules. Well, once you understand the rules, it stops being hard. It just becomes a puzzle. It's the same for a lot of obtuse games. Elves are here to trade. But I don't know. I feel like that would be a really fun show on Twitch. I just feel like that would be a lot of fun. And it would also bring more eyeballs to the stuff that Tone does. Because, no offense to Tone, but I get more eyeballs than he does. For a guy with only one eye, too, that's pretty impressive. Only one half-working eye, frankly. With MTF on Cogmind? Yeah. It's not out of the cards for sure. Yeah, definitely. No, I know it's not out of the cards. It's just he needs more free time. But that's something that I want to do at some point. to learn the UI than any of those roguelikes, which, well, I don't know if I agree with that personally, but I guess it depends on the person. Axon. I don't understand why I don't like DCSS, because I feel like I should understand and like DCSS, but I don't. Also, for reference, Digital Dan, I don't know when you got here, but I have a record collection of about 250 records now, and a couple dozen CDs and tapes. Considering I have a fucking cassette on my desk that I was showing people yesterday, because you know, the Tibetan miracle seeds are wonderful. Maybe I'm a crazy person, but doesn't DCSS have a tile set by default? Thought it did. That's what I thought. I was, which is why I'm very perplexed by Cooler's statement of, "Do you need a tile set to understand DCSS?" Which is like, I thought it just comes with one. Once I'm playing some weird version of DCSS, though. I don't know. I think I would rather just play Brogue every day for the rest of my life than have to play DCSS. My issue with DCSS is it's too competitive. And it brings out the bad sides of my game playing antics of I will never be as good as half of these people. Also, it's time to fill my wells, so somebody who can use a well pump, get up here. Let's get Laggy to do it. I think you can have the pump operator skill. It's been like 80 years since we've had to fill the well. How is it competitive? Leaderboards? Seasons? Competitions? Score running? What? Speed runs? How many were you trying to invest, Stone? Pouring some water into here. Oh my god, I think all the water landed where it needed to. Okay, some of it didn't. Most of it did. A little bit of it flowed elsewhere, but most of it landed where it needed to. Is that enough? There we go. It's enough. We have a well again. Yay, we now have a well again. Let's let you fill for another, like, 4 seconds. Oh, I'm aware. But the fact that it exists, it makes the game naturally intimidating for me. Cooler. And thus less fun to play because of the competitive nature of the community. Like, Tome is a really hard game, but the community is nowhere near as competitive as DCSS. Brogue doesn't have any of that. Caves of Cud doesn't really have any of that either. Caves of Cud is more like, let's just see who can break this sandbox the most. Which I enjoy. That's a way of playing a game that I do honestly enjoy, but I do not enjoy the score attack competitive nature of it. Competitive games are unattractive to me. Then continues to name 2 incredibly competitive games. I find that contradiction funny. When it comes to stupid questions. You know what community is good? when you ask a stupid question and they give you a stupid answer and then the legit response. What happens if I open this coffin? You're probably gonna fucking die. Good win, Callias. That should be enough water. There we go. Filling up my well. Now I can pull the lever and close the top of the well. Well, I guess Max finally went nuts. Max has been going insane for a really long time, so we just lost another dwarf. Phooey. Well, good to know that the elves are still bringing their feather tree egg yolks. Which means we're down to 23 dwarves, which is the all-time low dwarf count. You know, I can't read that as what you're intending, Frog. It just reads to me as Kermit, as in Kermit the Frog. I have no idea what the slowest internet I ever used was. Of course, you're already stressed again. Completely in a constant state of internal rage and is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Which is sad, meaning you actually just want to be a doctor. Like, this dwarf just wants to be a doctor. We'll give you those skills. Maybe that'll help. I was a poor kid growing up, so we didn't have internet until 2003. And then we had nothing but dial-up until 2008. We got high-speed internet, which was somehow slower than my internet in 2009. And then I moved out in 2012. Got good internet. And now I have 1500 up, 1500 down. Kilobits. Sag. No. Definitely not kilobits. I was born in 94, for reference, Dan. I had to pay for this even when you're... That's what happens when everybody's used to pay as you go. That happened with cell phones, too. I have that effect on people, Atheros. Which I think is kind of a compliment when people think I'm way older than I actually am. People tend to assume that I'm in my 30s, at the very least. I'm not sure what that has to do with things. I mean, here's the thing that I've been saying to people for years is like the age on the internet stops mattering the second people hit about maturity, the maturity of about a 24-year-old. If you are about as mature as a 24-year-old, it doesn't matter how old you are on the internet. You can just have conversations. When I say 24, because that's the age that the male brain stops developing, approximately. You're the maturity level of a gopher? As long as you're not going to go for broke, I think you should be fine. Well, I mean, I know if I already know the answer to this question, Stone, so I'd be cheating if I were to answer it. Has you answered that question once before? Or you stated it? I can't remember how it came up, but... Uh, 99, 2000 in a computer lab in the dorm where we hacked the lockdown computers so that you could install a hidden copy of Half-Life Play Deathmatch. I was... Well, I mean, in 2000, I was 6. So, you were hacking shit in 99 and 2000, and I was 6. So, you know. I remember that New Year's, though. Jesus. Mom and Dad made potato skins. It was good stuff. This dwarf is 161 years old. And the only child that's still alive is Axon the Third and Quevenir the Second. Out of Tiny Goliath's kids. And his wife is still alive. Blue water. Part of the reason people think I'm older than I actually am is because I never got new games to play. So in like the mid 2000s, I was playing games from the 80s and 90s. Like I was playing Ultima. I was playing through some of the old Ultima games, like Ultima 4, I think I had, in like 2005. I was playing like Age of Empires 1 in like 2005, 2006. Like I was playing a lot of these older games back then. I was playing like roguelikes like Moria and Adom in like 2007, 2008. I've never actually played legit Ultima Online, but I've played a bit on a couple private servers for Ultima. But, you know. I also probably would have started streaming in about 2010 if I had the internet for it. So, there's also that. I mean, there's people that are younger than early 20s who watch this stream. And I've got a dog who might want to take a tinkle. I'm dog sitting, so I'm taking care of my mom's dog. Might be lunchtime for me and the dog. Younglings? Yeah. Cooler was hit by a train before most of us were born, so... You know. Like, so we're just a bunch of children here. Cooler's just over there, just sitting, like, in the corner going, I've seen some shit! Until you got banned for selling electronic goods? What? How do people exist without knowing who Terry Pratchett is? Like, that's like saying, do you know who, like, George Lucas is? How do you not? Homeward Bound, really? Hmm, interesting. Although I guess some people might know Terry Pratchett's work and might not actually know Terry Pratchett. Virtual wares on their site? Wonder if anybody's tried to sell a NFT on eBay. What was that, dog? Random yip. You okay? Ollie. Come here, fluff ball. Come here, girl. Ollie. Probably sees a cat. She's not used to living in apartments. She's used to houses. Ollie. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get up. Come on. Probably saw a cat, yeah. Because I live in a small apartment, so she has to witness Kitty sometime. Anyway, dog cam. Meet Holly. She's 9 years old. She's a miniature poodle. It's my mom and dad's dog. Kitty? Kitty. That's a funny looking kitty. But yeah, I'm dog sitting this. Don't buy NFTs. Buy art from me that are not NFTs. Very different. I mean, I buy art from Cooler. In fact, I owe Cooler money. Look at that face. Yes, yes, you. You're so cute, little dog. Cute little pooch. Big fluffy ears. Why were you yipping, though? What'd you do that you saw? Like, what startled you? Aw. Big yawn. Stray cow gave birth to a calf. That's where Witcode went. So Witcode is learning to wrestle, which is helping. Yeah, I do have a Lego Eiffel Tower. I also have the Great Wall of China and British Parliament and a train. Fact. Why? Are you just getting junk or something? You save them from the garbage? I mean, I saved a handmade ceramic pot from the dumpster close to my apartment recently. I learned about armor. I am very satisfied. All right, so the benefit of teaching you the military stuff is it looks like it's making you happier. The issue with teaching you military stuff is you already punch somebody's skull, punch somebody through the skull and crush their brain with their skull. And if we make you stronger, that's bad. And you're going to be getting stronger being the military. So it better make you really happy so that you stop killing people instead of, making it easier for you to kill people. Because that would be unfortunate. Are you going to hang them up in your house, or are you just kind of keeping them, Frog? Because that's awesome. Do you want down, or do you want to, rest your head on me? I think you might want down. All right, chat. So I need to take a 10-minute break. I need to run this. Hey, Ara, what's up? I need to take this pooch outside so she can have a tinkle and bark at giant enemy cat. And I need to eat some foods so that I don't die. Because eating some foods so that you don't die is healthy. Oh, hey, I was going to show this earlier, but I didn't see them dancing until just now. Another thing that Dwarf Fortress generates, for those of you who've never played Dwarf Fortress, is look at this. This is a form of music and a dance. And probably lyrics in there if I dig a little bit. And the instruments used. This is procedurally generated music, and dance that is generated for this faction by this faction. So if I find the person who's performing the music, it may actually give us the... Ah. Also, we have an instrument in this world called a Keurig, which I think is wonderful. She kind of has a mullet. Yeah, she needs a haircut. She kind of has a mullet. If I tell Dad that she has a mullet, my dad's going to be very upset. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to take a brief break. Hopefully that dwarf doesn't tantrum and kill anybody. What time of year is it? Mid-spring? Yeah. So I'm going to take my brief break and go get lunch. I will be back in about 10 minutes, give or take 5. If I could get a round of beers in chat, that'd be cool. And if you have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. And, yeah. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. And I will be back in a minute. Or 10. BRB.
Cheese for everyone! Sandwich!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
are huesos.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Hello, I return. Dog has been watered, streamers had food, dog has had her tinkle. I got rained on. That dog was very unreluctant to go outside. Athros, was that you on Patreon? Because I saw what you said right as I was standing up. And then I looked at my email. Was that you? Because it's under a real name, so I don't know if it was you. Anyway, if it was you, send me a DM on Patreon and so I know for certain. And then I can give you the things that I owe you, which is a few things. But thank you very much for that that $7 tier. That's the voice log tier where you get to hear my secret messages for people on Patreon who keep me funded, who allow me to do this job full time with a modest lifestyle and a modest income. So cheers. Also, helping us crawl back towards that $500 goal so I can hire a cooler to do art once a month for the Patreon. But one person's credit card failed and somebody else's, and someone else dropped after 1 month of support, which is totally fine. Dropping us down below that goal, which is very unfortunate. But we'll get 1 month of it, so I need to figure out what I'm going to commission from Cooler and then do that. Foundations of interviews. And then, Vin, how are you? Really fucking terrible, apparently. Alright, Vin. Vin. You can go be a performer at the Remarkable Temple. Also, you should be able to use sound commands now. I'll just take your word for it. Some things you need to know about Patreon, if you've never used it before. It takes about 30 minutes for them to send me notifications of anything. Like, it takes about 30 minutes for them to send me a notification of an email, about 30 minutes for that, like, in the email-wise. Like, according to this, there's no new DMs, but I click the DMs box, and there's the DM. And I won't know for about 30 minutes. But, yes, we got you, so you should be good to go. And I've also stuck your name in the patrons credits things, although I will tell you, I will be completely honest, and lift up a veil here for a second and just state that your name won't be in the credits of the next up-and-coming Steam News video, because I've already edited it. They got me the footage early this time, so I've already edited it. But I will get you into the credits for the next one. And done. Well, if you don't want to be in the video's credits, give me a shout. But there's that. And Animal, you have a good night. Cheers, man. Thanks for hanging out, as per usual. Attending a meeting. Dwarf, you look like you need... Do you have any crafts, Vin? That you do? Literally all you have is crafts. Bone carving. Let's give you stone crafting, wood craft. Let's just give you all of the crafts. I'm just gonna give you all of the crafts. I'm gonna give you pump operating and mechanics. These. Stone detailing. I took them off of all of the jobs because of the depression, but... Yeah, well, I'll use your Twitch name rather than real name. There are some people that support me on Patreon who never get back to me as to a preferred name, so I just put first name, initial, because I don't like doing first name, last name for that stuff. But I appreciate it, though. It goes a long way. Like I tell people, it's like, you should subscribe on Twitch if you want to support the stream just because you get ad-free viewing. But beyond that, it's like 1 month at that tier on Patreon is the equivalent of 3 months on Twitch. So $7 a month on Patreon supports me about the same as 3 months of subscribing on Twitch. Which is why it's my recommended tier, because it's like, keeps things going. I mean, as somebody with a unique last name, if you search my first name and last name, you'll find my immediate family, some fucking CEO, and some dude who apparently invented a airplane? Some Dutch dude who invented a specific type of airplane? In World War II? That's like it. My last name's not too hard to figure out. If you go Googling around, you can find it, but prefer you didn't, because that's rude. Vin got beaten up real bad a couple of times by the tantrums, and when you were a child, you got beaten up pretty bad by one of the tantruming, what are they called? Outpost liaisons. You fully understand that pain? I mean, yeah. I mean, ironically, when I was researching my last name recently, Cooler, and I found that dude who made that plane, I posted it in my family Discord chat, which is just like me and my immediate family, and they were all just like, "Whoa!" Like none of them had heard of it. It was very strange seeing like, "Oh, that's probably our ancestor somewhere." So, you know. It's about the same for me, yeah. It's about like 8 or 9 people total. The poet of phrases is a form of music for entertainment originating in the Confederacy of Sport. A time signature. Formation. The scales are constructed from 15 notes, dividing the octave in quarter tones. One day I hope they play the music that they generate and we can hear it. Or you've never heard of it, but there's thousands of people with it. I think that's the ideal. So like you're not quite a Smith or an Armstrong or a, you know, one of those uber common names, but there's still plenty of people with it. I think that's pretty much optimal. It's going to have game sound. There's a decent chance of it. I can tell you right now, 100% guaranteed that will not be at launch. In fact, I will actually be shocked if there is any sound outside of the music at launch, based on the way Tarn's been talking, but it is possible, as he said a couple of times. Also, LaFonda posted tacos 2 days ago, which I somehow missed, which looked delicious. Also, Kravicus is typing in Discord, meaning maybe cookie recipe showing up in Discord. Also, Athros, one small thing that I think is really funny about my Patreon is, like, you know how I have the credits for the videos, right? Well, Krug Smash is in those credits because he's been supporting me on Patreon for, like, a year and a half now. And it's really funny because every now and again there will be somebody who will be like, "Yo, Blind, have you heard of Dwarf? Have you heard of Krug Smash? He makes these amazing videos of Dwarf Fortress. I know you like the game, so maybe you'll like him too." And I'll be like, "Watch the video closer." It's just like, you didn't wait to the end of the video, didn't you? Or you didn't look at or you didn't look at those. Also, like, when people ask me if I've ever heard of Caves of Cud, I'm like, well, I mean, they're using their username, so understandable, but 2 Caves of Cud developers are also in my credits. Both of their UI designers. Yeah, the Krugs is literally in the credits, yes. Also, shout out to Krug Smash. He's a good dude. Good friend. I want to go back to Songs of Six. I want to play more Songs of Six because that game looks really cool. Like, genuinely, I want to play more of it. The only reason I haven't was because of the OBS crashing issues I had with it previously. So. No. Who? Oh, I know Krug's Smash, but there's two G's. I've never heard of a Krug's, though. Well, for Songs of Six? I fear that Songs of Six is going to kind of have the characters are a resource, not a character problem for me, but we'll see. I like it because it's kind of like the Factorio of colony builders because of how big shit gets, but I have problems with it because I wish I liked the character more. I wish I liked the like intercity conflict stuff more, but it could I could see that game has a lot of potential, and I will hold to that. But, you know, still early days for Songs of Six. Have you ever met another AKA? I feel like it's possible to have met somebody with AKA as their initials. Could you imagine if your initials were AKA? Like Alexander Colonel Asbestos. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a name that starts with K and I just can't. Kenneth, there you go. Alex Kenneth Allen. Alex Kenneth... I don't know. Armstrong, there you go. Alex Kenneth Armstrong. I don't know why. Colonel Asbestos. Just where my brain went. That's where my brain went. Hey, dwarves, if you guys could have babies, then I wouldn't need to make you hang out in the tavern nonstop forever. Oh, hey! Whitcoat likes being in the military. Well, that's good. Even though all of your toes on your left foot are broken. I guess training's going good then. And Sadi's still super depressed. Colonel Asbestos. But you have to spell it with a K, otherwise it's not AKA, you know? Humans have arrived to trade. I mean, I think my favorite Jupiter Hell name, which is one of my highest scores ever, which I will always be proud of, is I had AstraZeneca and benzodiazepine, but spaced out like a name. So Astra, like space Zeneca, and I had Ben space Zodipin, which is an antidepressant and obviously COVID vaccine. Were like are two of my highest scores. Well, it has to have a first name too. It has to be like Alex Cornell or Colonel or whatever, Asbestos. But I don't know. You go with whatever you want. I don't think there's enough characters in Jupiter Hell to actually do that. Or you could just be like AK Asbestos. AKA Asbestos. Like initials and then Asbestos? First name, middle name, last name? What the fuck? This was taken from the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. The Forgotten Beast, Taknu, has come. Beware its poisonous vapors. A gigantic chicken composed of red diamond. It has large mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Good luck killing that. Hope you have something heavy. Crack it. Holy fucking shit, fuck. That, you know it's bad when Stone swears. How much is that corpse worth? I mean, a giant chicken composed of red diamond? Also, by the way, the thread on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit is literally titled, "What the fuck is this tard?" I kind of want to I kind of want to save that thread and show it to him next time I chat with him. Because literally that is the name of this thread. What the fuck is this, Tarn? Although, admittedly, that's how I felt when I saw a stallion composed of steel. Oh, there's a second image. Okay, that's the full image. I get it. But yeah, seriously. Good lord. Good freaking lord. That's clucking insane. It's mother clucking insane. Shoutouts to the presidents of the United States of America. So many crafts. So how many dwarves are we at? 38. Fuck it. Failed clasp, you want to send me some dwarves. I need some more dwarves. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to take anybody. Then a couple married couples. I read that as brain stuff, and I was like, id brain stuff. That's a great name, but it's id basin stuff. So when the two names flash, it means that they're married. Oh, hey, it's Animal and their husband. Animal got married. The other animal got married. Animal that was tantruming and trying to kill people. Very ineffectively. All right. All right. You guys, we're going to go get you, send DEFCOM, go bring us more merchants. Managed to get to winter, hadn't started farming or brewing yet. Now the river ponds outside is frozen, so you have nothing to drink. Go up to the surface. Chop down one tree. I'm assuming you're somewhere with trees and plants, right? Chop down one tree. So hit D, T. Chop down one tree. You should have an axe dwarf, okay? Then hit D, P, gather plants. Do that, and plants should light up like that. Then hit B, L, or O, no, or W, L. That's it, B, W, L. When I do it with muscle memory so often I can't remember the actual hotkeys. B, W, L to get a still. Build the still out of the wood that you chopped down, and tell your dwarves to make drinks on repeat. And they will use the plants that grow on the surface and make drinks. If you're giving your dwarves water, you're literally torturing your dwarves with psychological torture. If you're somewhere that's a more moderately temperate area where there's plants growing, half of those plants can be brewed into some form of drinkable alcohol without any water source. That's what you should do. Yes, that is indeed a road, not vomit. But in regards to that Forgotten Beast, I would hit it with something heavy. That Diamond Forgotten Beast. Hammers could probably crack it if they hit it enough. Or just lock the door and forget about it. Yeah, dwarves need alcohol to get through the working day. So in order to function, if you're giving your dwarves water, you're basically giving your dwarves psychological torture. It's like telling somebody, okay, you can live, but it's like trying to make a human live off of grass. Like, yeah, you'll live for a while, but you'll feel sick and vomit everywhere, and you won't be happy. It's that bad, but it's also very easy to make basic dwarven alcohol. It is very, 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 very easy. So that would be my advice, is to just simply... Should I get any new merchants? So my advice would be to simply do what you can. They seemed pretty content. They will for a while, but it'll build. But the thing with dwarves is it's a slow burn. So if they're getting 1 or 2 negative thoughts, in 3 or 4 years, though, their PTSD will be so bad they will be unrecoverable. As a vegetarian, do you think I'm angry? I'm a weekday vegan, man. I'm not angry. I'm a happy person. Generally. I mean, I'm depressed all the time, but that's unrelated to my eating habits. Rude, Axon. But yeah, no, generally, like, your best bet for dwarves early on is just quick and easy foraging. Like, just that gather plants job. If you have a couple of dwarves, just make sure that they have the plant gathering job and just tell them to go gather plants, or pick fruits from trees, because, like, it is very easy to set that up quickly, and you can make a still out of wood. And as long as they have a still, they can make food, and they can make food, and they can make drinks out of that. You might need barrels, but you can make barrels out of wood. So as long as you're in, like, a temperate environment, even if there's snow on the ground, you can still gather brewable plants. Rings. Okay, that's fine. Cheese. Buy all of the cheese. We have unicorn cheese, but that's about it. I guess cow cheese, too. It's weird. People actually make cheese out of cow's milk? Strange. Yeah, the Steam release will be nice, but it's still a ways off, so... But tomorrow is a news day, so there will be some DF news tomorrow. So there is that. Also, tomorrow I get to finally state what that thing that I've been teasing for a while is, which I can't talk about yet, but... Which is nice. Because there's a cool thing that's going to be happening, which I can't talk about. But you'll find out tomorrow. Tomorrow, like 9 o'clock in the morning, I'll be able to talk about it. Around the time I start my stream. As I agree to trade for all of this cougar tripe and badger liver and leopard kidney and badger tripe and cougar lung and horse meat and pig heart and... That is blind in honor of me. No, but I did actually once have a dwarf that had both of his eyes gouged out. It was my spirit animal for a bit. It was kind of cute. The dwarf would, like, walk to a wall and then just follow the walls along the edges of things and then dart into the middle of a room to grab alcohol and go back to the edge of the wall and keep following the wall. It's kind of neat, actually, watching that dwarf walk around. Although, technically, one of the eyes was gouged out, the other one was bit out. The one that was gouged out by a goblin, and then the one that was bit out by a tantrum dwarf, so. Imagine having your eye bitten out. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. AKA, I must draw, you mean. Also, I'm cool, but I'm no, and I think important to the Dwarf Fortress community, but I'm nowhere near that cool, nor that important to the Dwarf Fortress community. Don't give me more credit than I deserve. And I don't deserve that much credit. You were just jesting. Eh, it's all good. No, it's still pretty cool though. Still pretty cool. You know, there is a small part of me that's kind of sad that Reigns of Terror is done, because that fart was a lot of fun. That fart was wild and all over the place, and crazy shit happened, and we made a lava moat, and somebody fell in it. It was good times. Vin. You poor dwarf. Reigns of Terror? Yeah, Reigns of Terror is fully up on YouTube, and the last episode has the save file attached. I check from time to time. I mean, I could show you drinks and meals. Let's do drinks first. Once the game finishes deciding whether or not it wants to crash when it has to look at the block screen because there's so many goddamn blocks. Doop-a-doop. Dwarf is thinking slowly because there's too many blocks on the map. Only 38,000 right now. Doop-a-doop. Da-doop. Da-doop-a-doop. Ba-da-da-da-doop. Da-doop. Da-doop. There we go. This is why I didn't write the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack. Down here, we have drinks. We have barley wine, rye beer, quinoa beer, finger mullet beer, foxtail mullet beer, beetroot wine, cranberry wine, bilberry wine, blueberry wine, blackberry wine, raspberry wine, dwarven ale, dwarven rum, prickleberry wine, longland beer, sewer brew, fisherberry wine, river spirits, and apricot wine, plum wine, dwarven wine, and strawberry wine. Those are the drinks. Thank you, Kaltor. And as far as prepared meals goes, gotta get past, 28,469 stones. Cheers, Taylor. Thanks for hanging out and lurking, as per usual. It's good to have you around. Ba-da-ba-doo-boop. Ba-doop. Ba-doop. Boop. Ba-doop. 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 There we go. Okay. Well, I went too far down, so I gotta go back past the stones again. Ba-doop. 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 Yeah, I have a lot of lead statues. Because I had a lot of lead and I didn't really know what to do with it, so I just made them all into statues. I mean, Anyway, prepared meals. Let's see. What do we have? Grape roast, strawberry roast, unicorn tallow roast, prepare cow spleen roast, cow kidney roast, cow sweetbread roast, cow tripe roast, cow intestines roast, cow liver roast, cow heart roast, cow lung roast, brain roast, cow eye roast, cow meat roast. I think that's just a steak game. Cougar tallow roast, pig cheese roast, hen egg roast. I think those are just omelets. Kangaroo tallow roast, unicorn tallow roast, hooray marmot tallow roast, wolverine tallow roast, cow tallow roast, chicken tallow roast, great horned owl tallow roast, emu tallow roast, prepared unicorn kidney roast, prepared unicorn kidney, basically all the bits and pieces of all of the animals in the format of roasts. That keeps going for quite a while. And then there's some stews down here, which I'm not sure what's up with them. Oh, they're rotten, I think. That's metal as fuck. I mean, we bought a bunch of domesticated unicorns from the elves, and they live up here, and they look like you. That was a terrible pun. Anyway, unicorn, a horse-like creature with a spiral horn growing from its forehead. We slaughter them pretty consistently. Same with the cows that live down here. I had a couple goats and some chickens at one point, but they all died. No, there are too many stones. Too many stones. Or maybe just enough stones? There's a whole lot of stones. What, unicorns? They're not safe from anything if we get attacked by them. But frankly, I would rather, like, this fortress does occasionally get attacked by the odd were creature or giant or Etten or something. I would rather they get distracted and go beat up my unicorns than come in and kill the dwarves. So they're kind of like an extra alarm feature because we don't get attacked too often, so I'm not generally prepared for fights. So when they do happen, it's kind of a, oh, we're actually fighting something situation, if that makes any sense. There we go. Dwarves can head upstairs now. Back up to the tavern. Unfortunately, gameplay in this fortress is very boring right now because it's literally just another one of those, well, we're waiting for babies instead of actually getting to do the fun projects, but it's part of this fort. It's part of this fort's life. Random blue spots are indeed vomit. The big blue walkway is not vomit. Jess, thanks for the raid. Cheers. Welcome, warriors. For those of you who don't know Jess is one of my teammates. She streams around the same time as me, so it's quite easy to watch both of us simultaneously. I hope you've been alright, Jess. Hope stream was good. What were you playing? You're playing more Dankest Dungeon today, yeah? Yeah, looks like it. But Codihedron, Alistair, just some old guy, Solentre, Nexio, TLG. Hello, everybody. How are we all doing? You can't get enough? That's good. I'm glad you're enjoying that game. I am glad. We are chilling in Longdeath and mostly just having, like, philosophical discussions because I'm waiting. I'm literally just sitting here and waiting for my dwarves to breed. Because they haven't made babies in a really long time, and I need babies. So I'm literally just sitting here waiting for them to make babies. And occasionally sending out requests for more dwarves because none of them agreed to the last one, so we gotta go do another one. So, which is fine. Speaking of, there's just some old guy who had to get expelled because you were misbehaving and committing crimes, and murder gets you expelled in this fort. So, just some old guy, you're a murderer, by the way, and I booted you out of the fort for that. Just might be hooked. Well, They don't call themselves Red Hook Games for nothing, you know? Seems about right for what I asked. What? You murdered somebody and then I had to boot you out of the fort? I mean, yeah, point made. This is a very odd route to take, Dwarf. Some of the strangest pathing I've seen in a while. You did indeed ask for a drama dwarf and you got expelled. Yeah, old guy's a murderer. Yeah. Jess, you died peacefully of old age in the fort, though. So there was that. On the 1st of spring, such is tradition. Is that pus? Guys, that's just disgusting. I realized that there was a lot of injuries, but like, this is why you wash your wounds with soap, dwarves, then you won't get infections. Like pus. Ugh. My fortress messenger needs to go make request of a neighboring fortress, but instead he's planting a garden. Which, you know, I understand. I do that myself. Would it be possible that your dwarves die from old age and your fort dies out because they wouldn't replenish the population fast enough? That is 100,000% possible. Absolutely. And it's a very real and legitimate concern right now. Not only is it possible, currently it's likely if I don't do anything about it, which is why I keep forcing them to just stand in the middle of nowhere or in the tavern and hang out so that they hopefully get married and make babies. So, you know, not only is it possible, it is potentially likely. Cat Apocalypse is a bug that was in the game for about 2 weeks in 2014 and then was patched out and has never been a concern. And also thermonuclear cat explosions, which is a meme that came out of it, was a mod that was modded into the game around that time where somebody decided to make dwarves or cats' blood hotter than lava. But it was funny, sure, but it's also inaccurate, incorrect, and not a concern. So, you know, joking about bugs that were in the game multiple years ago that people are genuinely concerned about when they start playing is one of the biggest problems that this game has, because this game suffers from a massive issue of false information where people are like, well, a thing should be happening. And then I'm like, yeah, that's not a thing in the game. They're like, but a person told me this. It's like, no, that's a running joke that's been in the game for forever. So I will automatically shut down those air quotes funny jokes, because all that they really do is they just give people false information and false expectations about things they should be concerned about in the game. Cat explosions are not one of them. Well, I mean, actually humans are the worst. Humans are the evilest faction in Dwarf Fortress. Change my mind. Also, considering you're saying that elves are the worst and you've only just started playing Dwarf Fortress for the first time today, that means you don't even have a legitimate take on the subject. Which is also a problem that Dwarf Fortress has, is people having very strange, very well-developed takes on a game that they've never played. About how things should be done and the way different factions operate. I mean, you know, it's a much more real and bigger concern than cat explosions, is children mounting their mothers and mind controlling them until they starve to death, which is a much more recent bug. That was actually significantly more game-breaking than the cats one. The cats one was actually more of a player management problem. This is true. Crabicus. Because it burns. There's only 2 materials in Dwarf Fortress that burn, and wood floor is one of them. Absolutely. It is the Dwarven way. Babies are the best blunt force trauma weapon. Although they don't generally use their babies as weapons now because of the way that mounts work. They don't hold them in their hands. They hold them on their shoulders, technically. So technically, mounted child warriors ride their mothers into battle. Not mothers carry their babies into war. Like, no. The babies willingly go into battle on their mother's shoulders because that's the best place for them to be. Why would you separate a child from their parent? That's like a crime. And the occasional werepig. Yes, and the occasional werepig. Also, pig? Where? Assuming you're in a warring fortress, yeah. If you're not in a warring fortress, then no. There we go. We have some new merchants. Some more. Looks like we got 5 new merchants. Hopefully some of them are married. 6 new merchants at that. Yay, you brought your husband. Cool. She brought her husband. How about you? You're not married. That's fine. Go get married. Dreams of raising a family and brought his wife with him. Excellent. To 48 dwarves, 49. I maybe actually requested too many. Because they all just showed up at once. Yeah, I definitely requested too many. That's fine. I can expel the ones I don't need. It's okay, we can request you back later. Because if I have too many dwarves, then we'll hit the cap too quickly. All right, we'll just go with that. Let's relocate you. And you. We'll let the rest just arrive. So we are now up to 49. Perfect. That'll work just fine. Alright, so now we have 49 dwarves in the fort, but only 22 of them are actual citizens, meaning I need these dwarves to make babies. Like stat. Also, Whitcode seems to like being a bard. Good stuff. You're a temple bard. I like Kenneth Allen. I like Kenneth Allen's jacket. Kind of looks like a jacket I have, actually. I have a green jacket with that same number of pockets. It's a nice jacket. I like it quite a bit. At least the unicorns are making babies. There's no shortage of unicorn leather in this fort, chat. No shortage whatsoever. You know, I'm willing to bet that one of the most upvoted reviews on the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is going to be a positive review that says my fortress died to a cat explosion, or something to that extent, which I am going to debunk as a lie by default. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm gonna practice some martial art. We could do that. Hell yeah, Dragon Man. Hell yeah. Check, can I get a round of beers for Dragon Man? Keeping that, being around long enough to get 100,000 channel points and use it. Hell yeah, Dragon Man. Hell yeah. Now we're just gonna let these dwarves drink and dance and sing and eat good food and hang out until they hopefully, and I do mean hopefully, make babies. Affection when speaking with a friend. You're also married. Your husband is like very angry all the time. Doesn't help that his teeth are gone. His lower right back teeth specifically. 900,043. I have like, I think it's 1.4 million on Bellinairs. Hold on. How many channel points do I have on Bellinairs stream? He's not live right now, so. I have, yeah, 1.4 million on Bellinairs stream. Which is a lot. I know a channel that'll permaban you for 1 million channel points, though, so. So I'm kind of curious. You know, people always ask me to put up the community files on the Dwarf Fortress database. It's been up now for 2 days and it's had 0 downloads. Feels sad, man. 0 downloads. 0. Big fucking goose egg. Married to Maffle Axe Crypts and is a worshipper of the Spear of Incineration. Nose bridge is incredibly concave, close-set cobalt eyes, very large irises, and her very small lobed ears are flattened. Her eyelashes are quite long, and her medium-length hair is neatly combed. Her head is somewhat short, and her hair is a crew mixed with gray, and her skin is sandy taupe, and her nose is somewhat narrow. Facial hair? I didn't look at it too closely, to be honest. Kind of reminds me of somebody I used to work with who was a dick, actually. Tried to push me down some stairs. Unsuccessfully, fortunately for me. Unfortunately for him. I had the same kind of sideburns and mustache, similar hair color too. Although more white, less gray. Hey chat, I'm going to give you guys a link to a Reddit thread. This jellyfish looks like a forgotten beast from Dwarf Fortress. Unfortunate? Yeah. I mean, it's not the fault of AKA. It's the fault of my past experiences. What are the odds? I mean, he did a lot of coke when he was younger, so yeah, he was kind of a dick. He was also a career McDonald's worker. Before that, he worked at Arby's. Before that, he worked at an ice rink driving a Zamboni. He also talked a lot, so I know a lot about him. He listened to good music, though. He had good taste in, like, 70s metal. But I got him into a couple modern bands, like, well, I guess modern, but I got him into bands like Disturbed and a lot of, like, kind of butt-rocky bands. He really liked Five Finger Death Punch. Things like that. I would have considered him a pseudo-friend for a while, and then he tried to push me down some stairs. So, you know, not exactly the nicest dude. Not really somebody you want to be around. Alrighty, dwarves, I need you guys to enjoy what you're doing without dying of stress. Speaking of things that I'm impressed by, I'm surprised as many people have watched those Rusty Lake VODs on YouTube as they did. I mean, it's not that many. I think, like, the Rusty Lake Hotel VOD got, like, what, 200 views? No, like 100 views. And the Rusty Lake Roots one also got around 100 views. I'm kind of shocked. I kind of expected those to be like the Stalker VODs where like 30 people would watch them and they'd get a dislike, but... Also, I've got another Rusty Lake game to play, which I'm going to play on... I'm not sure what day I'm going to play that, but... I got Rusty Lake Paradise to play. Probably on a weekend. It would have been very spooky if it was also an amputee with a monocle. No, he wasn't an amputee and he didn't wear a monocle. He did have glasses that he would wear for reading, though. Did you miss 10 new babies? No. What makes you think you missed 10 babies? I mean, I'm talking. We're talking about a jellyfish. I brought in more merchants to help make more babies. Oh. No, not a single baby today. But I did bring in more merchants to hopefully make new baby. And one of them is meditating on lust, so here's hoping. Here's hoping. You did miss a Jess raid, though. You got a raid from Jess, which was very kind of her. Well, they're weird creatures, but I like jellyfish. Also, I have a decision to make right now. Do I want to try and pester people to get that third gift sub or nah? Because today's been great. Today's been a very entertaining stream. There's been lots of people watching. But I'm pretty sure my revenue on the day is about $8. So. I was going to say that if you want a third place gift sub badge, it only costs you one gift sub right now. Or you could get that number 3 spot on the bits leaderboard with $1.01 in bits. Because, you know. Streamer life. Although, shoutouts to Athros for almost doubling today's revenue by deciding to become a patron. Picked a good day to do it, too. The Patreon poll is still up. I never played Puzzle Agent. But Rusty Lake is like their 2 to 5 hour long horror point and clicks. What am I looking at? It's a very small jellyfish. I guess. Is that like so deadly it'll kill you or something, Stone? I mean, it's from Australia, so I would believe that would kill me. A teeny venomous jellyfish? Yeah, I mean, looking at that, it's from Australia, so I would assume it would kill me if I touched it. Naturally. It's the only natural assumption to make. I mean, of course, if you touch a jellyfish, you immediately keel over and die. Also, if you're ever curious about YouTube monies, chat, the very first episode of Longdeath has 15,100 views on YouTube. And in 1 year and 67 days, hey, Stone, 1 year and 67 days since or rather, actually, 1 year and 69 days, nice, since I uploaded this video, it has received $52 in ad revenue. For anybody who's curious about YouTube monies, you can do a math that's pennies a day, but it's pennies a day. Pennies a day add up over years. Also, isn't Puzzle Agent like a DS game? Or am I confusing that with something else? Puzzle Agent's on the DS, right? Or actually, no, Puzzle Agent is, was that Telltale? Or am I making that up? Who made that? Pretty sure that was Telltale. Could be wrong. Well, Jess is a nifty stream. I lurk there sometimes. Well, Jess lurks here sometimes too. So Ufano? I mean, I'm pretty sure they're on PC, but I think they're also on DS. That, or I'm confusing them with Professor Layton, which is definitely a plausibility. Recover pet. You have a pet? You don't have a pet. Also, adult dwarf is wearing one sock and a dress, nothing else. I'm gonna turn off these bunkers for a second so these dwarves can go get clothes, because apparently they're all naked. Apparently. There they all go. They all gotta go pick up equipment because they're all naked. I wonder if because there was burrows turned on, if they just stripped all their clothes off when they entered the map, because it kind of seems like it. Dwarf Fortress. Never change. What are you wearing right now? Okay, so this dwarf is naked. Also, speaking of people being naked in Dwarf Fortress, somebody posted a screenshot on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit the other day of them looking at Dwarf Fortress with Stone Sense, and all of the people in their tavern were naked. And I was looking at that going like, they're probably like, yeah, they did dump their clothes off. That's funny. And I was looking at that going, okay, they probably were accepting all of the bards into their fort, and they're probably people that can't wear dwarf-sized clothing, and then their clothes are rotting off their bodies and they're slowly going insane, which is why they're naked in the tavern. And I'm sitting there going, I wonder if this person is going to rage quit the game in a year because suddenly all of their dwarves died and they couldn't figure out why. Because of a fight or something. Physical and psychological symptoms. Damn. Psychological giant enemy jellyfish. Or micro enemy jellyfish, maybe. That's kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie. There we go. All these dwarves are getting closed now. Oh, fucking goofy. Basically, if it's small and it's moving in Australia, it's already trying to kill you and it's already too late. Run away. You know, they took longer to make me a partner, to be totally fair, Aqua. No offense to Jess, but I was approximately partner status by the current day standards from about 2015 until about 2018. So, if current day's partner systems were implemented, I would have been partnered in 2015 or 2016. One of the two. But, you know, took them long enough. But yeah, it took them too long to partner Jess. Now we just need to get Sui partnered. That's going to take a minute. That'll be difficult. And now that you're partnered, how does it... Actually, Jess, how does it feel now that you're partnered? Better or worse? I'm reading about jellyfish and trying to have conversations while also reading about jellyfish. This is fascinating. The jellyfish... You know, I've seen jellyfish in Dwarf Fortress, and they look like statues in Dwarf Fortress, and I love it. Hey, Stefan, what's up? Or Stefan. How's things? Stefan with the underscores. Like, I guess, Jess, are you used to having the check mark yet? Yeah, I've seen jellyfish in Dwarf Fort. Yep. They look like statues. It's a very nasty jelly. I mean, it's better than those, like, massive jellyfish that'll just insta-kill you if you touch them. So. Man-o-wars, I think they're called. Just those massive jellyfish. I like to imagine that jellyfish is the jellyfish that Dory finds in Finding Nemo. Also, did you know that I didn't know until, or rather, I didn't know that Dory in Finding Nemo was voiced by Ellen DeGeneres until like last year. Oh, also, good news. Lumpy, I don't know if you're in chat still. Your dwarf finally accepted crutches and is able to walk now. So now you run around obliviously instead of crawl around obliviously. Because of your mental issues in the fort. I could believe it, Aqua. Although jellyfish aren't the coolest thing that I've seen, Axon. The coolest thing that I've seen is Mako sharks. I saw Mako sharks, and I've seen Mako sharks fight in DF. They are faster than running horses. They are so fast in Dwarf Fortress. It is terrifying. Did I place lights in my fortress? You can't place lights in your fortress. Oh, do you mean because of the blue? Oh, this fort isn't underground. This fort is above ground. 6 Z levels above ground, in fact. If you look at the right side of the screen, you see that brown bar and that blue bar and that little square? That little square is that layer that we're currently looking at. The brown bar is ground level and below ground, and the blue is above ground. I could go below ground once the game's finished saving and show you. Also, it is autumn, heads up stone. Yeah, so we're actually above ground. Was an actual werewolf? The actual werewolf is probably the rarest thing I've seen, but not the coolest. The coolest thing I've seen was the Mako shark, personally. But the actual werewolf was hilarious. Yeah, so this is what fortresses normally look like, right? Like down here. Because this is underground. So. Some fuller tiles are darker gray than others. Oh, well, these are made of granite and gneiss, which are pretty light-colored tiles in Dwarf Fort. If they were made of obsidian or a different tile color, yeah, they'd be darker. So, yeah, I just happen to have an abundance of, like, fellite and gneiss and granite, which are pretty light gray. Yeah. But no, dwarves have dark vision, meaning they can see in the dark, so there is actually no torches in Dwarf Fort. Which is actually a mechanic I really like in Odd Realm, because you have to place torches in places, and the lighting goes from Z level to Z level and pools out into rooms, and it looks so cool. It's one of my favorite features of Odd Realm, actually. Okay, what the fuck was that? Ugh. There's just pus everywhere. Someone's got an infection, and they're just gushing pus everywhere. It's distressing. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll, Stone. This is a pus-free zone. No pus. Please stop it with the pus. Cut out the pus. Make pus illegal. Also, there is another person who 8 minutes ago upped on my Patreon for the sound tier. So, because again it's a real name, if you DM me on Patreon, I can get you your benefits. If you're watching the stream right now, but thank you. And I was looking at my email, so thus not scrolling. So there, 5 prepared termite brains. How thoughtful. Do you have any idea how hard it is to catch a termite, let alone then extract only its brain? Such skill these humans put into their foodstuffs that they bring us. Such culinary artisan skills. How wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I mean, it's how you set up your Patreon, right? If you sign up for Patreon and you make your Patreon with your real name, I'm going to see your real name when you choose to support me. If you make it with a username, I won't see your real name, right? And you can do that when you make your account, but it's up to you when you make your account. Most people just use their real names, which I think is totally fine, personally, because I'm not going to out you. I get your email either way. And in some cases, your contact address, if that's required for a tier, if I'm mailing you things. But I don't have that turned on, so I don't see your contact address. But I'm fine with the real names thing. It just means that I can't have notifications for it. I'm going to assume that you got it. Yeah, you can also change your name. That's another thing you can do. You have 1 second, approximately. I mean, you got lots of time. This human's walking very slow. Very, 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 very slow. A very slowly moving human. A very slowly moving human. Moves a very, very slowly. All the way home. All the way home. I'll just let it sit. And they head back up to the tavern to continue writing books and doing other things. Cool. Humans haven't even gotten to the trade depot yet. So you missed quite literally nothing. Like I said, the humans are real slow. Very, 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 very slow. Box is heavy, I suppose. Oh, well, I mean, he was carrying a billy goat, so... Which actually is kind of great, because I do have a dwarf who likes goats, meaning I can make that billy goat available as a pet, and they'll have a pet again. This one has a tin cage. It's a pity it's not a Nicholas cage. Because Nicolas Cage was the goat. Ah! Alright, let's put this goat in here. What's up, Balbazoo? Also, you know, like, I haven't mentioned this at all today, but, like, there's Etten, Giant, Minotaur, Forgotten Beast, Giant, Vampire, Etten, Forgotten Beast, Giant, Minotaur, Cyclops, Giant, Minotaur, Giant, Cyclops in my basement. They're pets. They're fine. They live there. They get along with us pretty well. Generally. There's a bunch of emus in my basement, apparently. So where's this goat? There he is. Let's make you available as a pet. So somebody can have a pet goat. I find them rather boring and grindy for JRPGs, so I don't play them. And I find the story arcs tend to be a bit trite and predictable and not particularly interesting, so I generally just don't play them. Wait, what was out of the blue? The like the like random spat of oh, the JRPG question? Yeah, yes. I mean, it's not too uncommon. Lots of people like JRPGs. I find them rather boring. They're just not a type of game that really grabs my interest. I mean, the only JRPGs that I would say that I've genuinely enjoyed in my life are a couple of the Fire Emblem games, but they became way too creepy, datey, like visual novel-y, waifu focused for me. I keep staring at the Tinder subreddit because it's way too goddamn funny. Waifu sells? Yeah, and that's why they continued making Fire Emblem games and stopped making Advanced Wars games. But let me just tell you, right? Nintendo. Make a hot lady drive the tank. Okay? And make hot boy drive a helicopter, and then give you dialogue where they both talk. Done. Suddenly now, all of a sudden, Advanced Wars sells 1 billion copies and is more successful than Fire Emblem. No, you didn't disturb a thing. It's all good. But, I don't know. I don't like the direction that Fire Emblem went. Last Fire Emblem that I played was Awakening, and that was a bit too far on for me. Yeah, I know. I know that there is an Advanced Wars remake due soonish, which I probably won't play because, well, because if I wanted to play Advanced Wars, I could play Advanced Wars. Not even... I haven't turned this thing on in like a year. Battery's still full. That flex should be illegal. I had to dig through my drawer to find it, so... You've never heard of Advanced Wars? It's made by the... It's an intelligent systems game, so a Nintendo Studio game. It's basically just like a top-down tactics game with some dice rolls and percent hit chances, where you have unit spawners that can make X number of units per income, and you earn income by capturing buildings. It's a little like board game strategy game with little tanks and little soldiers and stuff. Very fun little game. They get ludicrously hard by the end. Like that Advanced Wars, I do not know how many hours I've played of that game. I've only beaten it once, and that was with a movement guide, which says exactly where you send each unit, because that last mission is ridiculous. It's abso-fucking-lutely ridiculous. But the rest of the game is super duper duper fun. Up until the last mission, where it just suddenly gets redonkulously hard for no fucking reason. But I love that I could do that flex, though. Now I need to charge. I bought a charger for my 3DS and Game Boy Advance recently, because my charger actually got the cable torn out of it for my Game Boy Advance SP. I should plug that thing back in and play some of it again. Although I need to like fix the switches, so it requires some maintenance. Because the L and R buttons no longer work on my Game Boy Advance SP, but that's a common problem. It's not too hard to fix. Although I have a DS Lite, so I could theoretically just play it on the DS Lite. I have a 3DS, DS Lite, and a Game Boy Advance, and I don't think I'm going to get rid of any of them ever, as long as they keep working. Where am them humans? It's early autumn, so it's the dwarves that should be here. We traded with the humans during the summer, though. I think you may have been drawing. They haven't been sending the royal treasurer, if that's what you're asking. It's been a while since we've seen a royal treasurer. Anything crazy happened today? A couple murders. That's about it. It is early autumn. Which is why we just got the 2 tributes, because they come in early autumn of the year 330. But no, the fort's actually been kind of boring recently, and the reason it's been kind of boring is because we're trying to replenish the population, which is at an all-time low of 23. I want it to be at least at 35, meaning we need a bunch of babies, which means I need these dwarves to be really good friends. And so I'm trying to do that. Like this dwarf, who I just brought into the fort, who's felt loved when talking with a spouse. Now, fuck your spouse. I mean, what? So... You didn't see the soaring tribute? Uh-oh. Tin cage and a billy goat. Tin billy and a caged goat. At least we have a whole total lifetime history. I mean, it's all there. All the way back to the first, you know, let's just for funsies, what was the first Council of Men tribute? 5 pig cheese, 5 bilberries, 1 lignite blocks, 1 plum ogate, 5 prepared hair intestines, 1 alpaca wool bag, 20 hydroot seeds, 1 copper puzzle box, and 1 oaken bucket. Yes. Balbazoo, exactly. Who thought they'd become what they became? Nobody did, and that's why it happened the way it did. Is because the thing that you least expect is the thing that happens in DF generally. They became the Spanish Inquisition. I don't think anybody expects anyone to become the Spanish Inquisition. Good Lord, why can't I words today? You may be utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life, but he felt fondness remembering making a friend. I wonder who your friend is. Zygon, maybe? Feels fondness when talking with a friend. Well, how good. Seems that Vinsati is making friends at the very least, which is good to hear. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is about having a tough life, you know? It's a genuine tough life. One thing I'll say, though, is you've got some nice dwarfy emotes. Those are pretty, like, the Verge Skeletors don't emote pretty dwarfy, right? I'm just saying, I got some pretty good dwarfs, too. A little bit more detailed, but they're pretty good dwarfs. Speaking of, when the fuck is Joel gonna stream Dwarves again? It's been like a year and a half. How dare he call himself, or how dare his community call him the biggest Dwarf Fortress streamer if he hasn't played the game in like a year and a half? Come on, man. Get on my level. Get a fort to 1,000 years. Do you even stream Dwarf Fortress, man? It does look like a cloud, yeah. A cloud that would come out of my bubble pipe. It's okay. I'm here to fill that void. Although, like I said, this fort's a little boring, unfortunately. But this fort is more akin to the Dwarf Fortress edition of a soap opera. But, you know, I just hope he comes back for the Steam version. That's all that I really hope for. And I'm sure he will. Because that'll be a big flurry of traffic for anybody who's decent at DF. Victory by the Algorithm. This is actually, I think, maybe my favorite book title in the Fortress now. Just because of how relevant it is to my employment. You know what I'm saying? This is such a relevant name for a book. It's a parchment quire entitled Victory by the Algorithm, authored by Tiny Goliath. It concerns an algorithm for dividing one number into another, possibly yielding a remainder. Ridiculous, right? Crazy. Prose is passable. It's a passable book about long division. Or essay about long division, I guess, 'cause it's less of a book because it's only one page. But how old is Banana? 3 years old. It's been 3 years since we've had a child. Come on, dwarves. Make some babies. A remainder. I know, right? Possibly yielding a remainder. That's the craziest bit. Is it only possibly leads to a remainder? I hope that you guys like the DF news that comes out tomorrow, though. And the news that's going to come along with the DF news. I'm actually curious. The thing that I'm actually curious about is how long is it going to take for any of you guys to figure out what the other bit is? I mean, it only potentially could result in a remainder, yeah. I mean, if you divide 34 by 0, then, well, there won't be a remainder. There's just the original portion. Maths and numbers. Maths and numbers. Anybody got any plans for the weekend, by the way? I'm going to go see a band called The Real Mackenzies, which I've seen before. I'm going to go see them in an underground parking lot, which was going to be a little weird, but should be fun for a business that has since closed since the pandemic happened. So that'll probably be pretty crowded, but, you know, I'll avoid the crowds. Go around the outside. Keep to my own space. The Real Mackenzies are a lot of fun, though. I'd say they're worth looking up. If you like punk rock with bagpipes and a bunch of guys in kilts, that's the Real Mackenzies. A lot of fun. Going to the beach, and then I'm sitting here going, I've been waking up with frost on the ground and ice on the sidewalks every morning. I actually haven't looked at the weather in a while. What temperature is it outside? In the morning here, usually. Okay, it's currently 9 degrees Celsius and pouring rain. But in the middle of the night, it's going down to about... Okay, it's pretty warm today. It's been... Weather forecast for tomorrow. Rain, 12C. Weather forecast the day after. Rain, 13C. Weather forecast the day after. Rain, 10C. I'm just gonna read the daily for the next 10 days. Rain, 7C. Rain, 6C. Rain, 5C. Rain, 3C. Rain, 10C. Rain, 5C. Rain, 4C. Rain, 2C. Chance of snow. That's my 14-day forecast. And you're going to the fucking beach. Jesus Christ. Have a good time at the beach, though. I don't know if I'm going to stream on Sunday. I need to figure that out because there's an F1 race in midday. I might just take another bonus day off. But I don't know. Where are you at, Balbazoo, if I can ask? That's way too damn hot. That's like hotter than it is here in the summer. Although we had the heat dome where we hit 46 degrees Celsius, which are the hottest temperatures ever recorded here. South America? Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense for South America. It's actually pretty mild here. Like, it gets cold, but, like, it's never unbearably cold. It's just cold, you know what I mean? Unbearably cold would... For me, anything that... Unbearably cold for me is anything that goes below... below -10 is getting a bit too cold. There is nothing important. There is nothing so important that it is worth telling a lie. Man, I wish you were a politician. You 118-year-old dwarf who dreams of mastering a skill. Forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and could be considered rude, but finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. What's your husband say? I'm concentrating on something, is what he says. Dreams of raising a family. Please. Raise many a families. But yeah, no, I'm just looking forward. I'm looking forward to this weekend. I think it's gonna be a good weekend for me personally, just because of getting to go to a concert and also getting to chill a little bit on Sunday will be nice. The weather is cleared and it is mid-autumn, meaning the dwarf should show up pretty soon. I think. Pretty sure the dwarves should be here soon. But they're not yet. Hopefully sooner rather than later, I guess. Raspberry roast was stolen. That just won't do. Bloody buzzards. See how Whitcode's doing. Whitcode really seems to like being a bard of this god. Potentially maybe like our religious person in the fort. Even though your foot's still broken and you're missing teeth and you're covered in scars from all the beatings that you took in the prison that you did time for. But you seem to be pretty functional still, which is good. How lovely to see. They killed Stone too, this is true. They did indeed kill the sequel to Stone. At least you didn't get thrown off the wall by your mom, though. That I still think is the most unfortunate death in this entire fortress, was Peter, who got thrown off the wall by his mom because she was hit in the back of the head, and then he went splat and got eviscerated into tiny little pieces. Was literally reading the combat log of a baby flying to pieces. Was probably the most upsetting thing I've seen in this fortress. Combat log of a baby exploding from slamming into a rock floor from on top of a wall. Easily the most disturbing thing I've seen in this fortress. Far and away the most disturbing thing I've seen in this fort. Also, seriously, big thanks to the 2 brand new patrons we've had come on today. Helping keep this channel funded 1 month at a time. That's a lot of socializing. Music to my ears. I mean, frankly, we need more reasons for rounds of beers in the chat today, Athros. A good day is a day where lots of beers get posted in the chat. We haven't had a lot of beers today, but that's because there hasn't been any reason.
My chicken's doing a thing again.
Your chicken's doing a thing again?
Not anymore.
I'm not gonna get used to that one for a while. Just because it's suddenly Jess's voice is in my ear. Which is not something I'm used to. You have a good night, Ghost. Go sleep well. Go sleep well. I mean, Jess's chicken is doing a thing again, which is why B-Lug needs to use his command now, because then we can have my chicken's doing a thing again, and then chicken attack. That's the combo. Although I don't think B-Lug's here right now. Because B-Lug's usually lurking. Yeah. I'm still just like dead from that 16-hour stream followed by 12-hour stream that I did. It was brutal. Like I said, I'm not gonna get used to that one for a while. We're discussing biography. Dreams of raising a family but doesn't have a lover. 93 years old and doesn't have a lover. Good luck with that, Dwarf. I always feel bad for dwarves who, like, their best friend is married or something. Because some dwarves will just, like, sleep around, but most don't. I still want to know what mineral remedies are. Because that's something that I know nothing about. And that's a new thing that they've started discussing when pondering, which I think is interesting. So in the last season, she felt wonder after learning about anatomical studies from medical edification and the principles of anatomy. Learned division as well. What a productive little dwarf. Mid-autumn year 330. So where are them dwarves that are supposed to show up to trade? Math major? Yeah, no, we've got books on many different types, that's a word, types of, we have books on many different types of math. We just have a straight up book on discussions of mathematics too. And they were for a while pondering very large numbers, and then somebody wrote a book about very large numbers. It's a book that discusses topics of very large numbers. Prose is not very good, but not awful, but not very good either. This is a pretty close time to losing. I mean, I've had a few hair-raising moments, but I'm pretty good at not dying in Dwarf Fort unless I want to. Because Dwarf Fortress is a very easy game. It's more about mental longevity than anything with this fort. What's up, I know, right? No thing. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely been some hair-raising moments, but I think the biggest threat that this fort has is just simply dying out. If you know what you're doing in Dwarf Fortress, it's relatively easy to just kind of contort it into what you want it to be. I'm trying to learn the game? Well, do you need help with anything? So odds are pretty good I can help. That is still Longdeath. I don't know when you were last here, but it's a pretty big fort. It's bits and pieces you might recognize, including the Borg cube in the basement. You don't need help yet? Gotcha. You watching tutorials or using wiki? I'm one patient dude. I have Twitch chat keeping me company. You're using the wiki? Yay. Tutorial videos give me mad feelings of anger and stress and upset because the a lot of video tutorials are out of date and will give you wrong information, whereas the wiki is actively updated and generally much more accurate. You prefer reading? Good stuff. If you ever need help with anything specific or if you have questions, give me a shout. And if I'm not live, then there's many Discords or other people that stream that can help. Including my Discord. We can help too, but we're kind of slow sometimes. How old is the fort, you mean? 330 years, so 325 years old. 325. 325. He is old. Third done, yep. And only a year and 2 months in. Real time. But, you know, I've been taking my time recently, especially. It's like we did a whole different fort. This truly is the Longdeath. The real question is, what will be dead first, the fort or my Twitch channel? That's the important question. And statistically, some of my viewers will not outlive this fortress. What are the current projects in Longdeath? Wait for them to make about 15 babies. So, nothing. But the actual major project that we're working on, which I had to pause because the... Is that a threat? No. But statistically speaking, this is the current large project, which is going to be a massive obsidian printer once it's done. I got a few more layers to dig out. But I'm not working on it until we get more babies. So... Evening, Prosectra. How was you? What is an obsidian printer? A big room that you put water on the bottom layer, and then you dump lava on it, or vice versa. Once you've dumped lava and water into it, then you wait for it to cool, and then you go and mine it all out, and that's obsidian. That's an obsidian printer. So it's basically just a very, very, very big room that I fill up with lava and dump water on, and then mine out the obsidian. And then I'm going to rebuild the majority of the fortress in obsidian. Oh, hell yeah! Prosectra, that's good shit. Definitely post pictures, and if you need any help with anything, post in the music room on Discord. There's some lurkers in this channel that are hi-fi enthusiasts that can definitely give you pointers if you need them. The one thing I will say is just make sure that you have all of the cables that you need. Yeah, absolutely. We need more blocks in Longdeath. Naturally. But yeah, no, that's awesome. I hope that it lives up to expectations. Do you have music to play on it already, or are you also going music shopping? It's kind of funny because my excitement and interest in hi-fi equipment has gotten some of my family back into hi-fi. So like my aunt and uncle are like looking for a good record player now, and they're like, yeah, no, like they don't want the tape. They have no interest in the tape deck, but like they were asking me about speakers the other day and stuff. I'm like, I'm getting you guys back into it. I haven't started digging out the caverns because like I said, all projects are on pause until the population gets back up. But I did clean out this cavern, and I did it in a pretty clever way. As you can see, there's weird water, like weird gray stuff where the water is. That's obsidian, because this cavern was so filled with corpses that we could never, ever possibly inhabit it, because the dwarves would have panic attacks just by seeing the corpses. So what I did was I went all the way around the edge. I went all the way around the top and dug these tunnels and dumped lava into it and burned all of the corpses. So we're okay now. So now I theoretically could inhabit them, but there's still some beasts and stuff down here that I need to deal with first. Like there's this ball of fire over here in the corner named Usman, who likes to catch things on fire sometimes, who I don't really feel like fighting. So I need to like drop something on his head, which actually wouldn't be too hard. I probably could do it where he's sitting. Maybe I'll do that even. Because I could dig out this layer here, then go one up, and then channel out an area here and drop a pillar of rock straight down onto his head. But he also hasn't moved in like a decade, so. It's just a ball of fire, basically. Generally, I find that cats just kind of ignore it. They don't like bass, but music, cats tend to just kind of ignore it. Assuming you don't blast it super duper loudly. Like, you don't want to damage the cat's hearing, but... That's good. I'm glad that you got a few things on cassette. I don't know if you have any local thrift shops, but those are often a pretty good spot to find stuff. I mean, Forgotten Beasts can stay still for a very long time. Yeah. I mean, where else do you think they're waiting to attack you? They're just sitting still. They just sitting still. This dwarf has been sad because he's been away from his family for too long. Both of his parents are dead. He has no family. Tapes are so much fun, dude. Like... I don't know. Tapes are too much fun. I actually had plans to do something for a while on stream, which got completely obliterated because of, and, you know, I kind of still want to do this, but I can't do it the way I wanted to do it. My plan was I was going to have a tier on Patreon where I mail you a cassette, and you make me a mixtape and mail it back to me, and then I'd play it on stream. It was something that I wanted to do for a while. But then the DMCA shit happens. Yeah, it's like not possible. It's like quite literally, completely, totally, and utterly impossible. So, you know. It's unfortunate, frankly. I thought that you said that you hated Cookie Clicker's stock market. Also, I've been taking a break from Cookie Clicker and playing Space Plan instead. You want to send me some rock opera on tape? I mean, if that's a genuine thing that you want to send me, let me know, and we can talk about it. I might even pay shipping. Universal Paper Clips is really boring the second time around. So play Space Plan. You know, Squug, you're so full of sarcasm and so full of like random things that I can never tell if you're joking or not. I mean, yeah, that's like nothing. This is gonna take forever. That I mean, it's Cookie Clicker. Here's you know my favorite thing about you and Cookie Clicker is you said I'm gonna go get achievements by doing nothing, and you're still at it. It's like you've met your match. I kind of like it. Gremlin knows what's up. Gremlin from Air. Because I'm never gonna obey her. Gremlin from Mayher. But yeah, Prosectra. If that's an open offer, let me know. We'll talk. Just reach out to me on Discord at some point. That is indeed a bot that's running on Diamond Destruct's computer. So yes, that is indeed a bot. I wish it was yours. Yeah. Apparently Bugsnax is getting a free DLC. In case you played Bugsnax and decided you want more Bugsnax. Just thought I'd let all of you know. For him to wait, what? Free who? What do you mean free him, Diamond? Winter is upon us. It is finally winter. So the dwarves didn't come to trade this year? Weird. None of them are as cool as that. I don't know about that. Oh, well. Calcium Crypt is stuck on my computer, so. A friend of mine said, tripping. That game is amazing. Sober? Huh. Hi, Hubble. Yeet. How's thing? Thing alright. Thing chill. We chillin'. Thing alright. Thing's alright. That's today. Thing's alright. Hubble, did you listen to that song I sent you? Serious question. I request your full review. Because that might be one of the greatest terrible things I've ever discovered. Just for reference, I'm going to link it in chat so that you guys can be exposed to this garbage. Excellent. That means I can get your live reaction. Admittedly, I did put it on, like, Discord earlier. But, like, so the song that I'm talking about is by a band called Satan's Butt Cheeks. And I got it on this, which is a combo CD that was made to help fund bands during the pandemic. And it's just a whole bunch of British indie bands. So the first CD is a lot of like pop and synth music. Second CD is a lot of metal and alt metal. And then the third CD is weird stoner shit and weird psychedelic rock. But the last song on the second one, test. This message cannot be delivered because you don't share a server. You have to join my Discord to be able to send me a DM. Press extra. But apparently you're not in my Discord, at least according to that thing. So. Which is weird because you are apparently in my Discord. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, it's terrible, but it's great. It's. Yeah, no, that's why I'm super perplexed. Maybe Discord's just having a fucking aneurysm. I don't know. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can DM you. Test. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you have your Discord settings set so that you can't send or receive messages from anybody but that aren't friends. That could be possible. That's one of the other possibilities there. So it might be your own Discord problems, but we can figure it out off stream. You could also just send me an actual email if you want. My email is pretty easy to find. You just scroll down and look around a bit. But the you might have safety settings up to maximums so you don't get spam and stuff. But yeah, no, the riff is fucking good. And so I was listening to disc 2 of this CD set last night, and admittedly I was really baked. And it was like a lot of pretty standard metal on CD2. So, you know, I was just like listening to metal, and then that riff kicks in. I was like, yo, like I could listen to this all fucking day. A magma crab has given birth to a baby. Well, that's lovely. Look at the baby magma crabs. Baby crab. Although I'm pretty sure that magma crabs just give birth to full grown, don't they? Yes. They don't have magma crab child. They just have magma crab give birth to fully grown adult magma crab. Like the family of magma crabs. They so cute. All right, let's jump back up to the surface. But yeah, no, the riff is fucking sick. It's really simple and kind of repetitive, but it's great, and I would love to see that band perform. Also, that the view count on that YouTube video makes me genuinely sad. Although I'm glad to inform everybody that the view count on it has gone up by more than 20% since I found it, because I've been sending it to everybody. So it really is, though. It's so fucking stupid, but I love it. Satan is my osteopath. Also, I so badly just want to hang out in a mosh pit and just shout, mend, back, bend, crack. Or bend, crack, mend, back, I think is it. No, it's a legit good fucking song. It's a really good song. The band is a joke and the lyrics are hilarious, but it's a really fucking good song. I haven't listened to anything else by that. Is that what you think it sounds? Is that what you think they're saying, Frog? Because it's literally mend, back, bend, crack. It's a song about Satan cracking your back. That's literally what it is. But yes, Satan's Butt Cheeks, up there with some of my favorite new musical discoveries. Also, I think they have 28 listeners on Spotify. I wonder if that's gone up since I've been sharing them everywhere. 29 monthly listeners on Spotify. I guess it went up by one. Yeah, and I haven't listened to any of the other songs that they have, but I really need to because these titles are great. Balls Out, Put It in Your Mouth, Super Satan, I Am Ham, Butter, Rambo, McMango Chutney, Epic Riff. That's a good song title. Then Mom, and Good or for Awesome. So, yeah, I need to listen to these guys more. They only have one album that came out in 2020, and it is fucking stupid. It's great. I like to think that's how a group of people got through the pandemic, was they made that album. I know nothing about them. I don't even know if they're a real band. That song is just way too fucking funny. That song is just way too fucking funny. Satan's Butt Cheeks. Look them up. So, yeah, no, that was my musical discovery of the week. And I hope that my neighbors like that song because they're going to be hearing it a lot. That's going to be, I think, my go-to workout CD now. I kind of cycle through different albums that I work out to when I do my exercises, and second half of that CD might be my workout CD. Or just put that one song on repeat and do a 15-minute workout. Because, like, that could work. Here's the Bandcamp page for them if anybody's interested. Also, can I just shout out the fact that I love how low res this banner is? Low res, more like no res. So, you know. Oh, never mind. Actually, they do have They do have some other album stuffs. They have a few songs that they put out. A few songs that they put out in 2014, and a few songs they put out in 2013. Yeah, so they have a couple albums from the past. I want to know why their bassist has a doctor in front of his name. Dr. Ben Butcher is their bassist's name. Also, there's a typo in this. Bassist backing. Vocalsl? Vocalsl. Not to be confused with vocals, of course. Perfect. I love it. You have a good night, Kravicus. Happy shit posting. As an email address? I mean, my email's on my Twitter and beneath my streams, so. As long as it's the one with the number in it, then yeah, that's me. But like I said, we can figure stuff out off stream. It doesn't need to happen right now. But yeah, also, if anybody ever wants to just send me tapes or CDs or LPs, just DM me and we'll figure it out. Maybe this is the year that I need to get a... maybe this is the year that I need to get a P.O. box. Although... whether or not I get a P.O. box depends on whether or not King the Space Disco Fox is still committed to sending me a Bad Dragon dildo or not. Because aren't P.O. boxes dollars? About $150 a year. Which, yeah, it's dollars, but it's a tax deduction. So it kind of depends on whether or not people are actively sending you shit. If people are sending you shit, then yeah, it's worth it. Get a P.O. box, and like if you get 4 or 5 packages a year, it's worth it, right? Because then I could just have it public, right? And you guys could Amazon shit to me or drop ship stuff to me or send me stuff directly if you wanted. It's one of those things where I've never quite been big enough for it to be worth it. And there isn't really stuff that people could legitimately send me that would be useful. But I wouldn't, like, be against it, so. At this point. Especially if people want to send me CDs or records. Because then suddenly it's like, ooh, yeah, I'll take free records. Absolutely. No questions asked there. I mean, for a while now, I've been considering making a second YouTube channel where I just sit and, well, or uploading it to the archive, which I never update anymore, where I just talk about records that I've bought and CDs that I've bought. Like, you know, like those grocery shopping haul channels, basically like that. And just keep it on a monetized channel because it would probably have copyrighted music in it. But I don't know if I want to put in the time and effort to record and edit more than I already do. So if I do, it would probably be like I'd prop up my phone on a stand and upload it directly from my phone and put no editing in. Otherwise, I would hire an editor and be like, fuck it, you do it! Because I I don't have energy to do that. I do enough already. Yet I still keep on figuring out how to do more. But, yeah, no. If you don't get your mail from your mailbox, they will take it back. Yeah, that's why return addresses are on mailboxes. Has charm to it, sending music like this. I mean, I would really, really, really like to build up a little club where people can just, where we can mail around mixtapes. I think that would be a super duper amount of fun. Like, I would really like to do that, genuinely. But, I mean, blank cassettes are a couple of bucks for a handful of them. Like, you can get, like, 6 blank cassettes for, like, $6 on Amazon, so. I have a tape deck that can do that. I have a 2-tape recorder. I also just have enough cassette decks that I could just do that. Because at this point I have 5 cassette decks, although one of them lives at Dr. Soap's house. So, 4 cassette decks? Like I tell people, it's like record collecting and tapes and CDs and all that stuff. Physical music, it's like collecting books or DVDs. It's a hobby. Like, it's... And the nice thing about it, which I genuinely think is nicer than like DVDs and movies, is all of that equipment. There's 2 levels to it, right? There's base level where you buy the stuff, you collect the media, and you listen to it and you play it and you share it with friends, right? That's base level. But then if you get up to advanced level, then you start having extras, and then you learn how to repair them, and then you give them away to people who want them or sell them, or repair stuff for friends. That's like, you're in the hobby. Once you figure out that, oh, this cassette deck sounds like trash. I wonder why. Open it up. Oh, I need to adjust this little cable here and clean this tiny piece and remove some some fluff from this and clean this and then adjust all the wires and recable some things and put it back together, and then it works amazingly, and you're like, oh my God, why don't they make all electronics like this anymore? And it's because the companies don't make any money when you repair it yourself. And that part of it's a lot of fun. Like, my tape decks are like Squug's car, you know? Squug loves his cars. Hobo loves his car. That's like me and my tape decks. The difference is, having a nice car makes ladies go, ooh. Having a nice tape deck makes ladies go, why? Dude, I would fucking kill somebody for a vacuum tube amplifier, but they're $5,000. Maybe not 5, but they're expensive, okay? They're expensive. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this tube amp that's for sale that I found. Because they have my... Do they still have it? Come on. Maybe they don't have it anymore. Oh, no, they do. 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 Look at these buttes. Look at these. Look at these. You want something that's way too expensive that you'll never need? Just saying. I'm just saying. Absolutely gorgeous. Anyway. Although my dad is I'm taking my dad to this place for the first time ever. I don't think he's going to make it out alive. I mean, I don't think he's going to make it out alive. Friend of mine built one from scratch. Oh yeah, you can do that. Absolutely. I mean, like, you want to see something beautiful? Anyway, enough of that shit. How's things, Hex? Hope you're well. Kenwood speakers? If you're buying new old stock or mint old stock or good quality old stock, it's expensive. Good lord. Ah. Where'd that come from? That hurt. Wow. But like I know somebody who built and assembled their own custom from home machined parts functioning hi-fi equivalent reel-to-reel machine. So they built their own custom reel-to-reel machine. Cost them about $8 grand in parts. Don't even want to think about the labor. Bought a lot of new old stock and then a lot of custom parts. Did all of the machining himself. But it was theirs? Oh, absolutely. It is theirs. It's a very nice reel-to-reel. And it looks awesome, but you know, I'm sorry, what? Oh, but why'd you delete that? Anyway, apologies, I suppose. Oh, fuck, my bad. I mean, I've done that before, too. Hope you're okay there, Frog. Did you survive the hit? You got smacked by a misjudged banhammer. God, we need some babies in this fucking fort. There is a new button that you didn't recognize? What was the new button? Was it a ban button? How's everything? Well, your dwarf is the chief medical dwarf, and you are 101 years old. So you've never left, Jack Nurk. You've never left. It's a land of confusion. Frogfire. That's fine. Now you recall the amount of reel-to-reel players that have been thrown out and the national television was moved? Yep. You should look up how much mint or near mint or well-maintained, at the very least, reel-to-reel players cost, and you'll shit your pants. You want to spend $8,000 on a reel-to-reel player? Yeah, that's pretty cheap. You want to spend $5,000 on a reel-to-reel player? Man, you got a fucking bargain. I mean, sometimes you just got to randomly boop a fool. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was definitely just a delete message. It's all fine. How many legendary skills? That's a good question. You're a legendary spear dwarf, shield user, armor user, dabbling siege operator, legendary discipline observer, fighter, wrestler, grandmaster biter, legendary striker, kicker, dodger, high master, miscellaneous object user, professional butcher, dabbling tanner, legendary weaver, dabbling brewer, legendary clother, dabbling thresher, dabbling grower, competent furnace operator, adequate weaponsmith but rusty, dabbling armorsmith, novice metalsmith, and a novice woodcrafter. Legendary stonecrafter. I'm just gonna say legendaries: proficient, persuader, negotiator, liar, judge of intent, dabbling intimidator, skilled conversationalist, proficient comedian, flatterer, counselor, pacifier, legendary student, legendary concentration, dabbling reader, great speaker, grand master teacher, accomplished musician, and a professional singer. You know a bunch of instruments and dances. You are adequate at the Gilim. You are expert at the poet phrases and skilled at the fuchsia velvet. What a Chad, you pretty much. Also, you're the chief medical dwarf. You're just gonna go back to your zoomies, play F1 video game? Any plans for the Mexican GP, Bobo? Because I might just take another stream off and just watch the Grand Prix. Because there's like only a few races a year I get to actually watch, so. Why no stream watching for a long time, Freskins? I mean, I heard that you were moving. Not enough downstream on the mobile internets? Oh no! I mean, I've missed having you around, dude. I've missed your sarcasm and your agreeing with me that DF is easy. Well, you have a good time watching to race. It's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Absolutely, it's hooked up to forges. You bet it's hooked up to forges. I might even hook it up to more forges. Forges. And forges. We did flood the forges once with lava because I wasn't paying attention to how much I was filling it. But it's fine. Nobody died. Also, if anybody's feeling generous, Freskins is a Chad dwarf, thus requires a hat. Just saying. That might actually get my revenue for the day up to $10, which would be cool. But yes, it is indeed hooked up to that. It is a multi-function thing. We also used it to clean the caverns by redirecting the pump stacks into the caverns in various places to burn corpses. That's true. At least once, yeah. You do have to, at least once or twice, flood the fort. Jack Narek, who hasn't been to Longdeath in a while. Man, Twitch is being slow today. There you go. It's like I saw it pop up like a solid 5 seconds before it popped up in chat and the notification went off. Thanks for gifting a sub to Jack Nurk. First person to gift a sub today and the first notification of money in 7 hours. Today's been kind of quiet in that regard. It's all good though. Got some new patrons, which is nice. Literally just waiting for my dwarves to make babies. I'm starting to feel like I accidentally turned on dwarven contraception. Come on, you guys. Make babies. Plus, also, Persectra, congrats, you get number 3. On the leaderboard. Welcome back, Jack. And also you get ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. This fort is always having this issue. It has this issue about every 50 years or so. Ironically, updating to the a more recent version of the game would make it easier because they made it easier for dwarves to develop friendships, and they made them care about their friends more. But I want to keep it on the same version for legacy's sake. Although updating to a more recent version would probably be wise. I don't know. There is snow, though. Do you want to build a snowman? Hey, Pink Pat. How old is this fort? 325 years old. Soon to be 326. I mean, yes, sometimes you gotta skullify one another, you know what I'm saying? That person even has a skelly laser too, although my skelly laser's much louder. And more animated. You never succeeded that long? I wouldn't recommend it. But my goal is to keep the fort alive for 1,000 years. Stupid, thanks for chucking a sub at Pink Pet, who just got here for the first time. It truly is the battle of all ages, Jack Nurk. No one knows who will win. It is too easy. I mean, you saw the kind of punishment I threw at my dwarves in Reigns of Terror. Seriously, though, stupid. Thank you very much for gifting a sub. Irish Stupid is, in fact, not stupid. Irish Stupid's a great person. But yes, current DF is mind-numbingly easy. But better in some ways. The food changes are a good change. They make the food system less goofy. Because how the fuck am I going to get Mako Shark Fin for a dwarf that likes Mako Shark Fin? And they'll never be happy unless they get Mako Shark Fin. Or rather, let's find an actual example. This dwarf likes to eat camel cheese, parsnip plants, and peach cider. All right, well, 3 of those things are possible. The parsnip plants, the garlic bulbs, and the peach cider, and the camel cheese are all possible. Peach cider, almost impossible for me. Because I've never seen it. But it's different for every single dwarf, right? So it's like, it's almost impossible to account for every single specific need. Also, if they are requiring foods from locations that are not accessible to the player, then it is literally impossible. If anybody has a resub or 100 bits in their account, we could get a hype train out of that. Just saying. New hype train emotes. Came in just a couple days ago. Yeah. That is indeed what I'm talking about, Axon. They also can't eat their favorite food raw if you can never find it. So if they want something like, I don't know, jellyfish, good luck. Or carp on a map with no fish, and nobody brings you fish. And then you're like, well. There's a lot of annoying little bugs in DF like that. Thanks for gifting 2 subs, Jeff. Cheers. Today's revenue is now probably above $10 for Twitch. It doesn't work because you put a period at the end of it. But if you cheer 400 and then 100 anonymously, that should train that. So type in cheer 400 and then anon 100 if you have 500. That would do it. To be totally fair, those are confusing as hell. Cheering and bits and all that. They didn't exactly make a system that was easy to use. Twitch ruins everything. I mean, technically there you screwed up the command, so that I think that one was on you. But Twitch does ruin a lot of things. Twitch has the power of monopoly. Thanks for the $5. Cheers. So if you did them in 2 separate lines with the second one anonymous, it would have hype trained it. But now we're just like pending hype train because hype trains are complicated. But thanks for the $5 in bits. You guys have like doubled doubled my revenue on the day in the last 10 minutes. Read Life with Probing. Life with Probing. Written on the item is a manual entitled Life with Probing, authored by Cheers Jamie. Fisher Vaults. It concerns the surgical method of probing. It's organized and shows a hint of tenderness. It's passable. The try was appreciated. Cheers. The try was indeed appreciated. All ends up in the same place eventually. The only difference is if it got hype trained somehow, then theoretically, I think this dwarf is gonna die. 17, poor guy. Then theoretically, you could earn permanent emotes. It's the only real difference. The history of social animals. How many books do I have in the fort now? 329. It's been a while since anybody's made new books. Kinda need to get rid of a lot of these choirs, because I got so many choirs that are all just like slowly degrading in quality. Which is kind of a pity. Although, to this day, one of the things that bothers me the most is the fact that I can't even participate in my own hype trains. If I could, like, participate in my own hype trains would be so much more fun for me. The problem is I would end up costing myself a lot of money, most likely. Well, I'm very good at avoiding fun, but if you want to imagine how I built it, you can just look. If you're good at Dwarf Fortress, you can get pretty good at avoiding silliness and chaos in DF. That feeling when random person who shares no servers with you adds you as a friend on Discord. Who the hell are you? Bot spam, you love those? Yeah, I declined it, so. Last person to do that asked me if I wanted to, if I would let them buy my Discord server. And I was like, how much you offering? And they were like, $200. And I was like, lowball. And they were like, $250. And I was like, lowball. And they were like, $300. I was like, how about $100,000? They were like, what? I was like, that's what I'm charging. They didn't take me up on it. That was the last random Discord ad I got. anything you want for 1 Bitcoin? Or year 1 before Christ? Mine is partnered, so mine isn't free. Mine is partnered. Actually, I would sell my Discord server for 5 Bitcoin. Yep, Vinsati has died. Dwarf lost it. So we're down to 22. Calcium Crypt is my bot. But good luck. There's like 600 hours of recordings of this fortress. So good luck. Each episode is about 5 to 7 hours. And there's a lot of them. I haven't found this body yet. He was holding reindeer cheese. That dwarf was 17. Not actually totally sure what killed him. He just randomly got incredibly upset. Someone's gonna head in there to go to sleep and walk past the corpse and be like, "Bah!" Send the military in there just to go have a peek. Yep, they're stuck in the catacombs. I was trying to breed the Ettins and kind of gave up. So I haven't really done much with them after that. You haven't seen him yet. He's right next to you. Look to your right, dwarf. None of them have seen him yet. They're standing right next to him. There they go. Now they found him. Which means hopefully someone will come and deal with the corpse. Now, was it someone trying to sell you pictures of their feet? Or was this someone who was trying to draw you something? Because one of the most common spammers I get on Discord is, "Hi, you're a Twitch streamer, right?" "Yes." I am a graphic designer and will draw artwork for your channel." And I'm like, "I don't need artwork though. But I am graphic designer, professional graphic designer, and I will draw artwork for your channel." I'm like, "But I already have a graphic designer who draws artwork for my channel." "But I am better graphic designer who wants to draw better graphic designs for your channel." And the last one of the ones who did that, I mean, not the last one, but one of the ones that did that, I actually screenshotted it and sent it to Cooler. I was like, "Cooler, you have competition." He goes, Seems sus. But, Frog for Hire, I have a question. Have you ever heard of this weird form of media called porn? Yeah, lots of people sell pictures. Lots and lots and lots of pictures. A picture salesperson is generally somebody who's taking selfies and wants to, you know, have digital people to give them money for their selfies. $60 for a PNG? I've paid more than that for a PNG from Cooler. For me, I work on an hourly rate with Cooler. If it takes Cooler a while to draw a thing, then I'll pay him. Alright, it's spring. The humans have arrived. With a tribute. Feet picture NFTs. I guarantee those exist. Guarantee it. I mean, when I did these animations, I paid Cooler, air quotes, too much money. For them. But it's reasonable for the amount of money I make off of them. Because pay your artists, chat room. Hey, nothing wrong with being slapdash. Plenty of artists are slapdash. Especially that artist that slapped paint on a canvas, put it on the ground, and then rode his bike through it. That's pretty slap and dashing, because you have to dash through it on your bike. A logo edit for a streamer who liked it so much that he ended up paying... Oh, really? That's cool. I mean, usually if you make art for somebody and they're making money off of that art, they should pay you. Like, they really, really should. This is a foam background with the screaming dwarf. It's saved on my computer. It was my desktop background for a bit, but... First time making funny internet pictures paid off? Hell yeah. I mean, that's good. You make a thing, you should be paid for it, if possible. Let's just let the dwarves run around for a little bit. I'm sure there's plenty of tasks that need to be done. From those war sim videos? How many times have I gifted you a sub? Because probably more than I've made off of those videos. But I haven't looked. Maybe like $3 or $4 tops. Although technically you could issue a copyright claim and get a strike against my YouTube channel for using that image in my thumbnail. But I do have your permission, although I don't think I have your written permission. I guess, does chat logs count as a written permission? I'm just saying, hypothetically, you could. Used with permission? Okay, well then we good. Leonard the Legislator. A truly evil person. Speaking of, we need to play more War Sim at some point. Everybody's favorite snail racing simulator. Everybody's favorite text-based snail racing simulator. Very good game. Around 20 bucks for the lawsuit. Yeah, it's only going to cost you 18 grand for a lawyer. Before taxes, yeah. $15 after. Maybe 13. Although for him it would be quid. So the dog is sleeping. She's squeaking. She's making a sound. It's kind of adorable. I'd show her to you, but she's sleeping on my dirty laundry, so I'd rather not show you guys my dirty laundry, to be completely honest. Also, 2 years in the fort today. Not bad, actually. Not bad. Almost 8 hours of time streamed. Kind of thinking about playing some more of that Dusk demake. What do you guys think? You don't actually even want to make money from all that art? I mean, technically, I would pay you if you wanted. If you did ask for payment, I would definitely send you payment. Well, Dusk 82 is the Dusk that I've been playing. Actual Dusk is too fast-paced and kind of hard for me to see, actually. But Dusk 82, very good game. So chat, I think that might be it for Longdeath for the day. We didn't have a single baby. We lost 2 more dwarves. I'm worried about Longdeath. Very, very, very worried. Yeah, that wouldn't be ideal for someone in your position. Did they not deal with that body yet? Oh, no, it's just rotten forgotten beast tallow and reindeer cheese that is stinking up the place over there. So chat, we've had a pretty productive day. Very much hope. Do you still have a dwarf around? No, you don't. You do not. But we're not closing down the stream. We're just done with the game. I do have a bunch of merchants, but that's about it. I don't know how long they're all gonna last. So there are no infants currently. Your dwarf died of old age, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it's been a while. Has been a while. The ins and outs of having a job or paying taxes? Or having an income? Anyway, the elves are here to trade, so I think we're going to shut Z-Fort down for the day. We'll play more of this tomorrow. So we are done with dwarfs for the day. With all this forced socializing, when I'm going to start with Dwarves Done Gone Wild, I think that would very much help the fortress gain population, frankly. And also give all of the little boys boners at 2 o'clock in the morning when they see the censored half-naked girls on TV